Chapter 1. In the Silver Galaxy, 3 mini-combat spaceships were in a chase, one in front and 2 behind. The 2 spaceships at the back were shooting laser beams from time to time in an attempt to hit the spaceship in front. Damn it, I can't hit them at all. In one of the spaceships at the back, a middle-aged man with red hair slammed his palm on the control panel of the spaceship and said angrily, "I knew you guys were useless. Use this." Behind the red-haired man, a cold man in a black combat suit handed an icy blue energy crystal to the red-haired man. Psychic storm. The red-haired man was shocked when he saw the crystal. Clearly, this thing was not ordinary. "You're actually willing to use it?" The cold man said, "I've been unhappy with him for a long time. His betrayal this time has angered the organization. As long as I can take him down, I'll be able to earn back a psychic storm." "That's true. I'll use it then." The red-haired man nodded and said. Then he quickly inserted the crystal into an energy body supply slot on the control panel. In the spaceship being chased, Zhou Jie calmly used the spaceship's scan to analyze the attack trajectories of the 2 spaceships behind to avoid them. This required a very frightening amount of prediction and control. However, as the #1 assassin in planet Taiwu, the Imperial Killer, a once-in-a-century genius assassin, Zhou Jie was still able to do this. Asteroid fluid, the heavens are on my side. At this moment, Zhou Jie discovered the asteroid fluid in front of him through the spaceship's scan map. He could not help but be overjoyed. The so-called asteroid fluid referred to the meteorite flow in space. A large amount of interstellar matter and space rocks mixed together at high speed in space. Those large interstellar cargo fleets were most afraid of encountering large asteroid fluid because they would not be able to avoid it in time and cause collisions, resulting in huge property losses. The reason Zhou Jie was so excited when he discovered the asteroid fluid was because he was confident that he could use this jam to shake off the 2 spaceships behind him. However, just as Zhou Jie accelerated the spaceship and successfully jammed, the spaceship behind him shot out an icy blue energy wave. Because the energy wave was much thicker than the laser beam from before, Zhou Jie was not prepared for it. Even though he had predicted it and controlled the spaceship to dodge, the tail of the spaceship was still hit. Buzz! Originally, it had only hit the tail of the spaceship and would not cause too much of an impact. At most, it would cause problems for the spaceship's flight stability. However, this time, the energy wave attack contained a powerful mental wave. Zhou Jie was caught off guard. He only felt a roar in his head. After a moment of dizziness, he fell onto the control panel of the spaceship. This could be said to be fatal. The spaceship that had lost control immediately changed its original direction and accelerated to one side, showing signs of descending. "I got it." The red-haired man was extremely excited when he saw this. "What the hell?" Asteroid fluid. However, at this moment, the coal man behind the red-haired man opened his mouth and stared at the computer screen on the console. "What?" The red-haired man also noticed the asteroid fluid on the screen, and his face turned pale. The other spaceship that was chasing Zhou Jie had also discovered the asteroid fluid at this time. According to the speed and direction of the spaceship, if it did not change direction or decelerate, it would definitely collide with the asteroid fluid. Left with no choice, the 2 spaceships chose to take a detour. However, this way, when they looked for Zhou Jie's spaceship again, they found that his spaceship had disappeared without a trace. On a famous trading planet in the Taiwu star system, Solar, Rongxin City, around 8:30 p.m., Ding Xiaoyu, who had just attended a graduation party, was invited to the Heart Lake by her class belle. There was a stone railing around the Heart Lake, and Ding Xiaoyu and her class belle, Tu Sai Gao, leaned against the railing and talked. "Xiaoyu, we finally graduated. This is the first time I've asked you to talk to me alone. I think you should know what I want to say, right?" After the 2 of them casually talked about the beautiful scenery of the Heart Lake, Tu Sai Gao turned his handsome face to Ding Xiaoyu and spoke with a serious expression. Ding Xiaoyu, the belle of Rongxin University where Tu Sai Gao studied, was naturally also the belle of their class. During her time in school, she had countless suitors. However, Because her father was the chairman of Tianqing Technology Group and one of the top 10 richest people in solar, she had always been wary of men pursuing her. Therefore, until now, she had not had a boyfriend. At this moment, hearing Tu Saigao's words, Ding Xiaoyu also turned her cute and charming face to look at Tu Saigao. Then, she pretended not to understand and blinked her eyes as she asked, "What are you trying to say?" "I don't know." Tu Saigao opened his mouth and looked a little helpless. In the end, he sighed and said, "I've liked you for a long time, just like many other guys. However, the reason why I waited until now to confess to you is that I don't want to delay your university studies. Your grades have always been good, and I know that your father probably doesn't want you to fall in love casually. However, I really like you, and I'm different from other guys. I'm afraid that after graduation, I won't have the chance to confess to you again, so I chose to do it today. I hope you can." When Tu Saigao said this, Ding Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened. She opened her mouth and looked at the night sky behind Tu Saigao in shock. What is that?" Ding Xiaoyu said after acting surprised. When Tu Saigao heard this, he hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw a dot of fire in the distant night sky flying towards them. It was getting bigger and bigger in the sky. After staring blankly for a few seconds, Tu Saigao's expression suddenly changed. He turned to Ding Xiaoyu and said, "It looks like a meteorite. It's falling towards us. Let's get out of here." As he said this, Tu Saigao grabbed Ding Xiaoyu's hand and ran in the direction away from the Heart Lake. Ding Xiaoyu was pulled along by Tu Saigao as they ran. She kept looking back at the falling fireball. After running for a few dozen meters, Ding Xiaoyu pulled Tu Saigao to a stop and said, "Aya, it won't hit us. At most, it'll fall into the Heart Lake." Before Ding Xiaoyu could finish her sentence, "If it really hits the shore, we won't be able to escape even if we run." The falling fireball had already fallen into the Heart Lake. Boom! Ding Xiaoyu felt the ground beneath their feet shake violently. They almost fell to the ground. Behind them, a few hundred meters away, the surface of the Heart Lake suddenly burst into flames, creating a huge splash of water that was dozens of meters high. Tu Saigao and Ding Xiaoyu recovered from the shock and shockwave. At the same time, they both breathed a sigh of relief. They both stood up and looked behind them curiously. They both wanted to know what the falling fireball was, especially Ding Xiaoyu, because she had practically seen it fall into the Heart Lake. That thing did not look like a meteorite. When Zhou Jie's spaceship fell into the Heart Lake, the control cabin was distorted. The violent shaking gave Zhou Jie, who was already mentally shaken, a splitting headache. In the end, his head hit the corner of the control cabin and he fainted. However, Zhou Jie only fainted for a few seconds before he was awakened by the sharp pain in his head. He struggled to open his eyes, but he felt very confused. This was because he had lost part of his memory. He could not remember what had happened to him. However, as a top assassin, his intuition told him that he was in a bad situation. So, he endured the pain and weakness and went to the door of the control cabin. He opened the door. The exterior of the spaceship had been damaged by the atmospheric friction, and the lake water had filled the outside of the control cabin. Therefore, when Zhou Jie opened the door, a large amount of lake water poured in and splashed onto Zhou Jie. However, this also made Zhou Jie fully aware of his situation. His spaceship was sinking in the water. Without knowing the depth of the water, he had to escape to the surface as soon as possible to avoid being crushed by the pressure from the deep water. Sensing that the water pressure outside was not too high, Zhou Jie made a prompt decision. He rushed out of the opening in the spaceship and swam upstream. The Heart Lake was nearly 1,000 meters deep. Zhou Jie began to surface from about 600 to 700 meters below the surface. His speed was frighteningly fast. Even though his strength was greatly reduced due to the severe mental exhaustion, Zhou Jie could still unleash a terrifying strength that was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person. About a minute later, Zhou Jie emerged from the surface of the lake. When he saw his surroundings clearly, he swam toward the railing of the Heart Lake that was hundreds of meters away. At this time, Tu Saigao and Ding Xiaoyu had already returned to the railing by the lake. They looked at the approximate location where Zhou Jie's spaceship had crashed, as if they were trying to figure out something. Suddenly, Tu Saigao's eyes narrowed. He looked a little puzzled. Then, he took a closer look and a look of horror appeared on his face. He reached out and patted Ding Xiaoyu's shoulder. He pointed at a spot on the lake and said, "There seems to be something swimming toward the shore. It's so fast." Chapter 2. Ding Xiaoyu looked in the direction Tu Saigao was pointing at and saw a long ripple of water approaching the railing they were standing on. He could not help but be slightly surprised. Could it be an alien creature? Tu Saigao suddenly said out of nowhere, staring blankly at the rapidly approaching ripple of water. Due to the huge impact on his mind and the series of shocks caused by the spaceship's crash, Zhou Jie's mind was on the verge of collapse. When he forcefully pushed himself out of the water and placed one hand on the railing, a violent wave of dizziness almost made him faint. However, Zhou Jie's subconscious mind told him that he absolutely could not pass out in the water, so he bit the tip of his tongue to clear his head a little. With both hands on the railing, he jumped out of the lake and onto the railing. Tu Saigao and Ding Xiaoyu watched as Zhou Jie, the big black shadow, jumped out of the lake from the shore. They were almost scared out of their wits until they saw that Zhou Jie was completely human like them under the streetlights. Only then did they not collapse to the ground. However, Tu Saigao and Ding Xiaoyu did not collapse. After Zhou Jie steadied himself and turned to look at the two of them, his vision turned black, and he fainted on the ground. Zhou Jie opened his eyes with great difficulty amidst a violent wave of nausea. Then, he was stimulated by the bright, incandescent light and closed his eyes again. A slight sense of dizziness hit his mind. Zhou Jie closed his eyes to adjust to the light before he opened them again. After opening his eyes, Zhou Jie stared at the ceiling for 2 seconds. Then, he determined that he was in the hospital from the familiar smell in the air. He was even more certain of this when he saw the quilt covering him. Zhou Jie felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness in his head. But before he could think about the reason, he turned his head and saw the two people beside the hospital bed. Tu Saigao and Ding Xiaoyu were sitting on an armchair and lying on the sofa on one side. Their eyes were closed, and they looked very peaceful. Obviously, they were both asleep. Zhou Jie looked at the two of them for a while, and the last scene he saw before he fainted appeared in his mind. Then, he understood that these two people should be his saviors. Even though Zhou Jie's physique was strong enough that he wouldn't have died at that time, who knew what kind of accident would have happened while he was unconscious? Therefore, Zhou Jie still remembered this kindness of Ding Xiaoyu's. It was worth mentioning that although Zhou Jie was one of the youngest genius killers in the Imperial Exterminator in the past 100 years, he was one of the rare people in the organization who did not kill the good. That was to say, when he accepted a task or carried out a task, he would not kill the innocent, nor would he kill those who were not evil. At the same time, he also knew how to be grateful. This was very rare in the Imperial Exterminator organization, and this time, Zhou Jie's betrayal of the organization had something to do with this. However, at this moment, Zhou Jie had completely forgotten that he was an assassin of the Imperial Exterminator organization. He couldn't even remember how he came here. His last memory was that he was in the control cabin when the spaceship fell into the lake. Coincidentally, about a minute after Zhou Jie woke up, Tu Saigao, who was leaning on the chair, also woke up in a daze. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Tu Saigao glanced at the clock on the wall and looked at Zhou Jie, who was lying on the hospital bed. When he found that Zhou Jie was looking at him, he was slightly surprised. Then, he said to Zhou Jie naturally, "You're awake. Are you okay?" Zhou Jie frowned when he heard this because he did not understand the solar dialect of the other party. Tu Saigao saw this and seemed to understand something. He immediately asked Zhou Jie in the galactic lingua franca. This time, Zhou Jie understood, so he nodded slightly and said, "I'm fine. Thank you." Zhou Jie's tone was very flat. It was obvious that he lacked emotion compared to ordinary people. This made Tu Saigao a little uncomfortable, and he was stunned for a moment. After a few seconds of awkwardness, Tu Saigao seemed to be a loss. Then, He turned to look at Ding Xiaoyu on the sofa and opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not have the heart to wake her up. Then, Tu Saigao turned back and said to Zhou Jie, "Forget it, you should rest first. Xiaoyu and I will help you contact. Do you have a family? You're not from another planet, are you?" Tu Saigao was halfway through his words when he remembered Zhou Jie's background and suddenly asked with an unnatural expression. Zhou Jie saw this and fell silent for a moment. He tried hard to remember something, but he could not remember anything. He only felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, causing him to frown slightly. "I don't know. I don't remember anything," Zhou Jie finally answered. "What? You lost your memory?" Tu Saigao was shocked when he heard this. Then, he opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. At this time, Ding Xiaoyu had just woken up. When she heard Tu Saigao say that Zhou Jie had lost his memory, she was also stunned. "You lost your memory? Then what else do you remember?" Ding Xiaoyu stood up and asked after a short moment of shock. "Xiaoyu, sorry to wake you up." Tu Saigao saw that Ding Xiaoyu had woken up and immediately said with some restraint. Zhou Jie heard this and sat up from the bed. He replied thoughtfully, "I remember that my name is Zhou Jie. I think I was in the spaceship in the water. Then I swam ashore and saw you guys. And then I fainted." Ding Xiaoyu and Tu Saigao looked at each other and saw a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. Then Ding Xiaoyu looked at Zhou Jie and could not help but ask, "Do you remember anything else? For example, which planet are you from? Maybe I can ask my dad to arrange to send you back." Only Ding Xiaoyu, who had a super rich dad, will be able to say something like sending an alien victim back to his home planet. Of course, this also showed her kindness. Zhou Jie tried hard to think, but the more he thought, the tighter the back of his head became. This made him frown, and in the end, he could not think of anything. So he shook his head and said, I don't remember anything." Zhou Jie said this helplessly, and Ding Xiaoyu were even more helpless when they heard this. It seemed that Zhou Jie had become an alien orphan, and they were in trouble. However, at this time, Tu Saigao caught a glimpse of the black combat suit on the foot of Zhou Jie's bed. So he went forward and picked up the combat suit that looked light, but was actually dozens of kilograms heavy, and said to Zhou Jie, "This is the suit you were wearing at the time. It's so heavy, and judging from the material, it should be invulnerable. I'm afraid that even the special forces might not have such a suit. You must have a background. Think again." Tu Saigao put Zhou Jie's combat suit in front of Zhou Jie and asked. Zhou Jie took the combat suit and carefully looked through it, but after a while, he shook his head and said, "I still can't remember." Seeing this, Ding Xiaoyu finally yawned and said, Forget it. Let's go to sleep first. I'm so sleepy. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I didn't even turn off the light when I fell asleep, just now." Tu Saigao heard this and also felt very sleepy, so he said to Zhou Jie, "Then we'll talk about it tomorrow. You should get some rest too. I'll turn off the light." "Okay," Zhou Jie responded faintly, but he had no intention of lying down to rest. However, Ding Xiaoyu were too sleepy. After turning off the light, they ignored Zhou Jie and lay down on the sofa and armchair respectively, and soon fell asleep. In the darkness, Zhou Jie stroked his combat suit. After a long time, he silently put the combat suit on the bedside and lay down on the bed again. The next morning, before 7 o'clock, Tu Saigao and Ding Xiaoyu woke up one after another. Zhou Jie had been in a state of light sleep. This was necessary for a top assassin. Even if Zhou Jie had lost his memory, his body still had some conditioned reflexes. After Tu Saigao woke up, he made a little noise, which made Zhou Jie open his eyes and sit up from the bed. After briefly greeting Zhou Jie, Tu Saigao said that he was going to buy breakfast. About 10 minutes later, he came back. Ding Xiaoyu had also woken up and was lying lazily on the long sofa. Tu Saigao bought 3 sets of breakfast and distributed them to Zhou Jie and Ding Xiaoyu. After the 3 of them finished eating without much communication, Ding Xiaoyu seemed to be in better spirits. After yawning again, she said to Tu Saigao, "The people my dad sent should be here soon." Tu Saigao, I'll get someone to send you back first. I'll make arrangements for Zhou Jie. Also, thank you for the breakfast. When Tu Sai Gao heard Ding Xiaoyu say this, he could not help but look at her in disbelief. After a while, he sighed and said sadly, "Little you, I'm not good enough for you. I was really daydreaming." Then Tu Sai Gao stood up and continued, "You don't have to send me off. I'll leave by myself. We might not see each other again in the future." Chapter 3. Ding Xiaoyu was slightly stunned when she saw this. She wanted to say a few words of comfort to Tu Sai Gao, but to be honest, although Tu Sai Gao was quite handsome, he was not the type of person she liked. The person she wanted should be a matchless hero who could make her feel safe. So, in the end, Ding Xiaoyu did not say anything. Watching Tu Sai Gao leave without looking back, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of loss and panic. Zhou Jie watched this scene from the side, but he did not say anything because he was not interested in the emotional problems between Ding Xiaoyu and Xia Xiaoluo. After Tu Sai Gao left, Ding Xiaoyu stood there in a daze for a moment, and then she seemed to realize that Zhou Jie was there. She turned to look at Zhou Jie, showed a slightly embarrassed smile, and said, "Sorry that. What are you going to do next?" Hearing this, Zhou Jie knew that Ding Xiaoyu was going to help him make a living in the future. His heart skipped a beat, and he thought for a moment before replying. "Can you help me find a job? I plan to settle down here first, and then I'll make other plans." The reason why Zhou Jie asked Ding Xiaoyu about a job was that he had judged from Ding Xiaoyu's words that Ding Xiaoyu probably had an extraordinary background. Hearing this, Ding Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Well, I also want to arrange a job for you, so that you could be self-reliant." "Then what do you know? My father has a lot of positions, so I'll help you." Zhou Jie was stunned when he heard this. Then he thought for a long time and realized that he didn't know anything. For a moment, he couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing this, Ding Xiaoyu couldn't help but change the corners of her mouth and say, "No way. You don't know anything? Well, that's right. You've lost your memory." Ding Xiaoyu pointed out Zhou Jie's difficulties. Zhou Jie also felt a little helpless, so he frowned but had nothing to say. "If you really can't do it, why don't you join our company as a security guard or something? I think you're pretty good. You can swim so fast in the water, even though you're wearing such heavy clothes." Ding Xiaoyu said. Zhou Jie had no objection to this. He just nodded and said, "Okay." After Zhou Jie responded, his gaze turned to the ward door. 2 seconds after he stared, the door opened, and a female nurse walked in with a sturdy middle-aged man. "This is the place. The patient's brain waves are not very stable. I suggest he stay here for a few more days," the female nurse said as she stepped aside to let the muscular man in. However, when Ding Xiaoyu saw the burly man enter, she smiled and called out, "Uncle Wang, why did my father let you come? Really, he could have just sent someone else." The muscular man was called Wang Long. He was dressed in black and had neat black hair. He looked very sharp, but when Ding Xiaoyu called him, his face suddenly changed into a gentle smile. He walked up to Ding Xiaoyu and bowed slightly. "Miss, this is the chairman's idea. He heard that you saved a person and needed to make arrangements, so it's more convenient for me to come here." "Oh, okay then." Ding Xiaoyu nodded, then turned to look at Zhou Jie and asked, "Are you feeling better? Do you want to stay in the hospital for a few days?" Zhou Jie heard this and replied, "No need." At this time, Wang Long's attention was all on Zhou Jie. After he carefully looked at Zhou Jie, he walked to the bed with a smile and pretended to be interested in the black combat suit at the bedside. "Hey, is this your suit?" Ding Xiaoyu had already told some of Zhou Jie's situation to his father, Ding Junfeng. Wang Long naturally knew that Ding Junfeng had sent Wang Long here. He immediately noticed that Zhou Jie's combat suit was not simple, so he asked while holding the combat suit in his hand. When he held the thin combat suit that weighed dozens of kilograms in his hand, Wang Long's expression could not help but change slightly. This was because compared to the appearance of the combat suit, it was really too heavy. As an insider, Wang Long knew very well what this meant. Zhou Jie noticed the change in Wang Long's expression, but he was not affected at all. He just stared at him without saying a word. "Just from this suit, I can tell that your background is indeed not ordinary, and your combat power is at least at the level of a super special forces soldier. Have you really forgotten everything? Wang Long still had a smile on his face as he put the combat suit back at the bedside. He looked at Zhou Jie with a slightly piercing gaze and asked. Zhou Jie calmly looked at Wang Long and answered without hesitation. Yes, when I woke up, my brain hurt so badly that I can't remember anything. Wang Long was silent when he heard this. After carefully observing the slight changes in Zhou Jie's expression before and after his answer, he turned to the nurse and asked, "Where is his examination report? I need to see it." "It's here. She already saw it last night." The nurse pointed at Ding Xiaoyu and replied. At the same time, she handed a blue folder to Wang Long. Wang Long flipped open the folder and looked at it for about a minute. Then he pursed his lips and nodded slightly before returning the folder to the nurse. "It seems that you have indeed lost your memory." Wang Long turned back to Zhou Jie and said, "Fortunately, you met our young lady. Well, if you have no major problems, I can handle the discharge procedures for you. You can come back with me and the young lady. As for your work, I think it will be better to let the chairman arrange it." "I'm fine with anything," Zhou Jie still said without much expression on his face. Ding Xiaoyu saw this and shook his head with a crooked mouth. Obviously, he was speechless at Zhou Jie's calmness from beginning to end. "Then change into your clothes. I have a jacket in the car. You can put on a jacket later," Wang Long said. Then Wang Long and the nurse discussed the discharge procedures for Zhou Jie. The two of them chatted for a while and then went out to do some work. Seeing this, Ding Xiaoyu straightened his back and stretched. He exhaled and said, "Phew, I can finally go back and take a shower." It was June in Rongxin City. Although the weather wasn't hot, it was still around 25 degrees Celsius. Ding Xiaoyu wore a white dress with a short shirt on her upper body. When she stretched her waist, the curves of her breasts were breathtaking. Zhou Jie just glanced at it and then looked away. He then lifted the quilt and began to take off his hospital gown. Ding Xiaoyu stretched and saw that Zhou Jie began to take off his clothes as if there was no one around. Her expression stiffened. She thought of the time when Zhou Jie fainted while wearing the black combat suit. Her breathing stagnated and she hurriedly said, "I'll go out first." Then she turned and left the room without looking back. Zhou Jie did not seem to hear Ding Xiaoyu's words. He did not even look up. He took off his hospital gown and put on the black combat suit. The black combat suit was like a tight suit, perfectly outlining the muscles of Zhou Jie's upper body. It was as if a body that could only be sculpted and sculpted by a top sculptor, causing anyone who saw it to feel their eyes light up. It was no wonder that Ding Xiaoyu ran so fast. After Zhou Jie put on the combat suit, he felt that every cell in his body was reactivated. The feeling of being full of power made him eager to try. Then Zhou Jie subconsciously wanted to trigger something in his mind, but it caused a sharp pain in his brain. This made Zhou Jie frown and stop his subconscious action. After a while, Wang Long and Ding Xiaoyu pushed the door open and entered. Wang Long smiled at Zhou Jie and said, "The procedures are done. Let's go." "Okay." Zhou Jie answered and followed Wang Long and Ding Xiaoyu out of the ward. In the parking lot, Wang Long took out a jacket from the trunk of the car. He wanted to give it to Zhou Jie so that his clothes would not be too eye-catching. However, Zhou Jie saw this and said, "I'm not cold." This time, Wang Long could not help but feel awkward. Just as he was about to explain, Ding Xiaoyu said first, "Put it on, or else." Zhou Jie heard this and looked at Ding Xiaoyu with a blank expression. Wang Long could not help but laugh and said, "She said that your body is too good. Just put on." "Uncle Wang." Ding Xiaoyu saw that Wang Long directly exposed her thoughts and could not help but blush. Zhou Jie was not moved. He took the jacket from Wang Long and put it on. Then the three of them got in the car and set off. After more than 20 minutes, the car drove into the underground parking lot next to a tall building and found a place to park. After Zhou Jie and the others got out of the car, Wang Long said to Zhou Jie, "Come with me to see the chairman." Seeing that Zhou Jie nodded, Wang Long said to Ding Xiaoyu, "Miss, I'll send you to the 11th floor." "Oh, thank you, Uncle Wang," Ding Xiaoyu said with a smile. She lived on the 11th floor of the building next door. Chapter 4. Wang Long and Wang Junfeng led Zhou Jie into the building next to the parking lot. As soon as they entered, Zhou Jie noticed a few flying electronic eyes on the ceiling. With such advanced surveillance equipment, Zhou Jie could tell that this building was very high-tech, at least for an ordinary planet. They took the elevator to the 11th floor. Wang Long smiled as he walked Ding Xiaoyu out of the elevator. He then turned off the elevator and continued to go up with Zhou Jie until they reached the 15th floor. This building had a total of 18 floors. The chairman's office is on this floor. Wang Long said to Zhou Jie as they walked out of the elevator. He then led him through 3 corridors and came to an office at the end of the 4th corridor. Wang Long knocked on the door and said in a deep voice, "Chairman, it's me. Please come in." A man's loud voice came from inside the room. Wang Long opened the door and gestured for Zhou Jie to follow. After Zhou Jie followed Wang Long in, he closed the door behind him. He turned around and saw a burly middle-aged man standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, drinking tea from a teacup. Wang Long then said to the middle-aged man, "Chairman, this is the person that the young miss saved. His name is Zhou Jie. My initial judgment is that he has combat power above that of our planet's super special forces. He has indeed lost his memory." Ding Junfeng looked at Zhou Jie. After carefully sizing him up, he nodded slightly and walked to the desk to put down the teacup in his hand. Then Ding Junfeng asked Zhou Jie, "Do you need a job? Or do you have other plans?" Zhou Jie thought for a moment and then replied, "I don't have any other plans for now. Please give you a job." Ding Junfeng nodded. An inexplicable smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He then asked, "How old are you?" Zhou Jie frowned. He did not understand why Ding Junfeng asked this. Zhou Jie was stunned for a moment before he said, "I don't remember, but I feel like I'm less than 30 years old." Hearing this answer, Ding Junfeng's mouth stiffened. However, he soon smiled and said, "All right, Wang Long said that you have the strength of a super special forces soldier. I want to confirm this so that I can consider whether to give you that position. Would you like to spar with Wang Long here? Wang Long is my assistant and also my bodyguard. There are not many people on Earth who can beat him." After Ding Junfeng said that, Zhou Jie could not help but look at Wang Long was slightly surprised, although he had noticed that Wang Long was extraordinary. But to reach the point where there were only a few people on the planet, that was still beyond his expectations. All right. However, Zhou Jie agreed immediately. Because of his situation, he had no choice but to agree. He needed to earn a living now, and Ding Xiaoyu was the person who saved him. Zhou Jie felt that working here was also a form of repayment. "You have guts." Wang Long could not help but laugh when he saw Zhou Jie agree so readily. Ding Junfeng then said, "All right, then let's spar on the spot. Don't go too far. Old Wang, don't go too far." "No problem." Wang Long understood the hint in Ding Junfeng's words. He immediately nodded. Then, Wang Long took a few steps back and slightly assumed a stance in front of Zhou Jie. It was similar to the 3 postures of Xingyi boxing, except that the distance between his steps was smaller. If one looked closely, his knees were tightly clasped together, like the Wing Chun's 8-character, 8 taming sheep and horses. Seeing this, Zhou Jie remained calm and collected. He stood in the same place without any change in his footsteps. Wang Long frowned slightly and then said, "Zhou Jie, you make the first move." "All right." Zhou Jie responded faintly. When Ding Junfeng saw this, he leaned sideways to pick up the teacup on the table. He planned to drink tea while watching the two fight. However, just as his hand touched the teacup, bang! A sound like a muffled thunder exploded. The force swept across and scared Ding Junfeng so much that he took a few steps back. The teacup on the table was also swept by the force. It fell to the ground and broke into pieces. "Stop!" Wang Long's stern shout was heard immediately. Ding Junfeng quickly steadied himself and looked at the field. He saw Zhou Jie standing there in a posture as if he was about to throw a punch. He was less than a meter away from Wang Long's hands were in a Wing Chun's hand-blocking posture. His body was leaning back, and his expression was one of shock. What is going on? Ding Junfeng felt that his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. He could not wrap his head around the situation, so he asked Wang Long. At this time, Zhou Jie took a few steps back. Wang Long also calmed down with a look of lingering fear. He reported to Ding Junfeng, "Chairman, Zhou Jie's strength is beyond my imagination. He only threw a punch, and I almost couldn't block it. If I hadn't shouted stop in time, I would have been beaten up. Only one punch." When Ding Junfeng heard Wang Long's words, he felt his heart skip a beat. The terrifying force and sound just now was because of Zhou Jie's punch. When Wang Long saw Ding Junfeng's look of disbelief, he sighed in his heart. He then said, "Zhou Jie's strength is probably not below mine. If you really want to test his strength, this place is not enough for us to show off. However, with just one punch, I'm afraid that there are less than 100 people who can easily block it." Hearing Wang Long's extremely high evaluation, Zhou Jie's expression remained calm, but Ding Junfeng was so surprised that he could not close his mouth. After being stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, Ding Junfeng recovered his smile and nodded. "Good, very good, very good." After saying good several times, Ding Junfeng looked at Zhou Jie and said to him, "Zhou Jie, I want you to be Xiao Yu's personal bodyguard. What do you think?" When Ding Junfeng said this, Wang Long's expression instantly became a little stunned, but Zhou Jie nodded seriously as if he had heard a very normal job description. He said, "Okay, what do I need to do?" When Ding Junfeng received an affirmative answer from Zhou Jie, he could not help but be overjoyed. He said casually, "Nothing much. Just follow Xiao Yu and protect her. Especially when she goes out, you have to follow her closely. Because of an important project recently, some of my enemies will inevitably target Xiao Yu. She's my only daughter, so I hope you can guarantee her safety." "Understood," Zhou Jie responded directly, indicating that he understood his job description. "Okay, this job is a little special, but I can see that you are trustworthy, so I won't say anything else. As for the salary," Ding Junfeng stopped and walked to his desk, took out a black and gold card from a drawer, and handed it to Zhou Jie. "This is a global black card. You can use it at almost any place. I will give you a limit of 1 million yen for the first month. After that, depending on your performance, I may give you a raise. If Xiaoyu wants to buy anything, you can buy it for her. Just ask me to reimburse you." "Okay," Zhou Jie said, taking the black card without changing his expression and putting it into the storage belt of his combat suit. Seeing this, Ding Junfeng smiled and said to Zhou Jie, "Well, it's good to be indifferent, but don't always be so serious. Learn to smile." This time, Zhou Jie was stunned when he heard the words. He nodded slightly. His cheeks moved, but he didn't show a smile. Seeing this, Ding Junfeng sighed and did not say anything more. Instead, he said, "Then I will ask old Wang to arrange a place for you to stay. You can rest today. I will let Xiao Yu know, and you can officially start work tomorrow." "Okay," Zhou Jie responded. Then Ding Junfeng asked Wang Long to go to the floor-to-ceiling window with him. He gave Wang Long a few simple instructions and told him about his wife's illness. Because it had nothing to do with Zhou Jie ignored it all. Not long after, Wang Long took Zhou Jie to the 11th floor and gave him a simple tour of a room. Then Wang Long left the key and said, "Miss lives across from you. Don't interact with her for now. She doesn't know that you are going to be her bodyguard soon. That's all. I will leave first." After Wang Long left, Zhou Jie put the room key into the belt of his combat suit and sat on the sofa. After sitting down, Zhou Jie touched his storage belt and found 4 flying daggers about an inch long. Although he had lost his memory, he knew that these were probably his combat weapons. He also found a total of 12 such flying daggers on the sides of his thighs and calves of his combat suit. Chapter 5. After Zhou Jie learned about his combat suit again, he frowned slightly and took out a silver ring inlaid with a black and red gem from his belt. This ring was the only thing in Zhou Jie's combat suit other than the throwing knife. This inevitably made Zhou Jie feel very strange. Why would he carry a ring? With this huge doubt, Zhou Jie carefully looked at the ring, but he didn't find anything special about the ring. It seemed to be an ordinary gemstone ring. At most, it was expensive. Zhou Jie quickly guessed that this might be an engagement ring that he specially bought for someone he liked. Other than that, he really couldn't think of any other reason why he would carry such a ring. But if this was the case, Zhou Jie felt that it wasn't right, because this ring looked very old. If it was used as an engagement ring, it would definitely not be suitable. Zhou Jie himself would never choose such a ring for an engagement. After thinking for a full 5 minutes, Zhou Jie felt his brain begin to tighten again. He could only frown, stop thinking deeply, and put the ring back into his belt. Although he temporarily couldn't remember where the ring came from, intuition told Zhou Jie that this ring must be very important to him. So Zhou Jie still chose to carefully keep it. After Zhou Jie put away the ring, he sat quietly on the sofa for nearly half an hour. Then he got up and came to the edge of the sofa, looking at the floor in a daze for a few seconds. Then Zhou Jie bent down, put his hands on the ground and his feet together off the ground, and began to do push-ups. After doing 300 push-ups in a row, Zhou Jie switched to a one-handed handstand and did 100 with both hands. Only then did he stand up on both feet, breathing slightly hurriedly. Zhou Jie felt very familiar with the few movements he had just done, as if it was his body's instinct. After he finished, he felt his body heat up, and it was very comfortable, making him have a desire to do more exercises. Unfortunately, looking around, there was no training equipment. Zhou Jie could only give up and calmly sit back on the sofa again. Zhou Jie sat for a few more minutes, and suddenly there was a knock on the door. Zhou Jie went to open the door. Outside the door was Wang Long. When he saw Zhou Jie, he immediately smiled and said, "I forgot you don't have a mobile phone, so I bought one for you. You should know how to use it, right?" As he spoke, Wang Long handed a black phone with a 6-inch screen that was as thin as a car to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie took the phone and was a little confused at first. After using it on the spot for a minute, he nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I know how to use it." Wang Long couldn't help but laugh when he saw this, but he didn't say anything more. He said, "Okay, then I'm leaving. The chairman's and Mrs. numbers are saved in the phone. If you need anything, just call us. We will also contact you if we need anything." "Okay." Zhou Jie nodded in response, and Wang Long turned and left. At the same time, in the chairman's office on the 15th floor, Ding Junfeng and Ding Xiaoyu were talking. Zhou Jie is going to be my bodyguard." Ding Xiaoyu heard that Zhou Jie would be her personal bodyguard in the future, and she couldn't help but react strongly. Ding Junfeng saw this, but his expression was natural. He asked in return, "Yes, this is for your safety. Is there a problem?" When Ding Junfeng said this, Ding Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little speechless. However, she still felt that something was wrong. She thought for a moment and asked, "Then, Dad, why didn't you arrange a female bodyguard for me? Zhou Jie is a man. I don't think it's a good idea." Unexpectedly, Ding Junfeng's eyes widened when he heard this. He said, "You don't say. I originally wanted to find a female bodyguard for you, but not to mention that there aren't many powerful women. Zhou Jie's strength is comparable to your Uncle Wang's. With him guaranteeing your safety, I feel more assured." Ding Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, then pouted and muttered, "Dad, aren't you afraid that your daughter is so beautiful? Zhou Jie will do something bad to me. Stop." Ding Junfeng interrupted Ding Xiaoyu, then looked at his daughter with a serious face. "If you have the ability to make him do something bad to you, I will fire him immediately." Ding Xiaoyu, When Ding Xiaoyu thought of Zhou Jie's face, which was as cold as a 1,000-year-old iceberg, she didn't know why she suddenly lost confidence in her own charm. At that moment, she was speechless. When Ding Junfeng saw this, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart, but on the surface, he said calmly, "Okay, baby girl, I'm doing this for your own good. Tomorrow, you can contact Zhou Jie yourself to go to work. I'll give you his cell phone number." When Ding Xiaoyu heard this, she pursed her lips and stared at Ding Junfeng for a few seconds. Ding Junfeng was so scared that he froze on the spot. "What's wrong, little you?" Ding Junfeng couldn't help but asked curiously. When Ding Xiaoyu heard this, she just pursed her lips and said, "There's something fishy about this." Ding Junfeng. At about 6 o'clock the next morning, Zhou Jie got up and went to the kitchen in his room. He took out the nutritious meal from the refrigerator and brought it to the living room to eat. Half an hour after breakfast, Zhou Jie practiced his knife-throwing skills on the mannequin that he also bought last night. Although he had lost his memory, Zhou Jie's knife-throwing skills could be said to be amazing. He relied entirely on his intuition. Even if he closed his eyes and stood 5 meters away from the mannequin, Zhou Jie could throw 3 knives in a second, and each knife hit the spot between the eyebrows that he wanted to hit. After practicing for more than 10 minutes, Zhou Jie also felt bored. Because of the distance, he felt that this kind of practice was too simple and not challenging at all. He sighed, put away the knives, and sat on the sofa. Zhou Jie sat on the sofa quietly for about 7 or 8 minutes. Then he seemed to feel something and looked at the door. Then there was a knock on the door, and Zhou Jie got up to open the door. Outside the door was a petite, lowly beauty who looked to be about 20 years old, which slightly surprised Zhou Jie. However, before Zhou Jie could ask, the lowly beauty said, "You're Zhou Jie, right? Miss wants you to go and see her." Zhou Jie came to a sudden realization. He nodded and spat out a word. "Okay." Then the lowly beauty turned around and walked to the door opposite. She opened the electronic door with her fingerprint and signaled Zhou Jie to follow her. As soon as he entered the room, Zhou Jie quickly looked around the room. The furnishings were almost unobstructed. The room was very big. From left to right, there were a total of 4 rooms and a place that seemed to be a yoga space. In the middle was the living room with a sofa and a TV. On the left side, there was a dining table. Ding Xiaoyu, who was wearing a yellow silk nightgown, was eating bread at the table. Obviously, she was having breakfast. When Ding Xiaoyu saw Zhou Jie and Pan Yu, she immediately shouted, "Xiao Pan, Zhou Jie, come and have breakfast together." The lowly beauty was equivalent to Ding Xiaoyu's maid. Her name was Fan Xiat. When she heard Ding Xiaoyu calling her, she immediately responded with an "okay," and then said to Zhou Jie, "Let's have breakfast together with Miss." Zhou Jie did not respond. He followed Fan Xiat to the dining table and then said to Ding Xiaoyu, "Miss, I have already had breakfast." "So early?" Ding Xiaoyu muttered as she ate her bread and glanced at the clock on the opposite wall. It was almost 7 o'clock. Just like that, Zhou Jie stood aside for nearly a minute. Ding Xiaoyu seemed to be thinking about something. Then she continued to say, "Forget it. There's nothing much to do today. You can go back. I don't plan to go out. However, I want to go shopping tomorrow. You can accompany me then." "Okay, Mississippi," Zhou Jie heard her and responded, "Then I'll go first." After Zhou Jie left, Fan Xiat could not help but ask Ding Xiaoyu, "Miss, don't you usually buy clothes online? Why do you want to go shopping?" Ding Xiaoyu heard the question and replied, "I didn't have bodyguards before. My dad didn't let me go out easily. Plus, I had a special car to take me to school. I couldn't go shopping even if I wanted to. But now that I have graduated, I can't stay at home every day, right? That would be boring." Fan Xiat could not help but nod when he heard this. He said with a somewhat infatuated look, "Well, I'm so envious that you have such a handsome bodyguard." Ding Xiaoyu saw this and said, "He's not very handsome, but my dad said that he's very good." Fan Xiat heard this, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He became even more infatuated. "Isn't he handsome and good at fighting? Wow, I've always dreamed of having such a boyfriend." Ding Xiaoyu suddenly felt a chill. He could not help but roll his eyes and said, "Why don't I set you two up?" "Really? Miss is the best," Fan Xiat immediately said excitedly. His eyes were practically glowing. Ding Xiaoyu was speechless. Chapter 6. On the outskirts of Rongxin City. 4 men wearing the same black combat suits, as Zhou Jie appeared on the side of a forest road. These 4 people were the 4 people who chased after Zhou Jie's spaceship. "Are you sure it's here?" The red-haired man, Keen, asked again. "I've deduced it dozens of times and ruled it out for so long. It's unlikely to be wrong." The cold-looking man, Paisum, said, Let's find out if there are any reports of a spaceship crashing on this planet yesterday. Then contact the Solar Star branch and ask them to find Zhou Jie. With just the four of us, we might not be able to take him down, right? The bald man, Parkinson, also spoke. Not necessarily. Paysom retorted. He was hit by the psychic storm ray. He might be dead. Even if he survived, his strength might be greatly reduced due to brain damage. I'm confident I can deal with him alone. Huh, then why don't you go alone? The last young man, Luca, heard this and said with a smile. However, when Paysom heard this, he looked at Luca and snorted coldly. His eyes were somewhat contemptuous as he said to him, "Sorry, I forgot to tell you. I've already told Sir Moto about this. He said that if Zhou Jie is still alive, he will personally come and kill him." Luca's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. He finally could not help but say, "Then why are you still talking so much nonsense?" Hearing Luca's words, Paysom's eyes narrowed. He glanced at Luca coldly, then turned his head to the side and threatened, "I advise you to be more careful when you sleep at night. Otherwise, your head will fall off." "Oh, I'm so scared." Luca immediately played along with the pretentious act. The quarrel between Luca and Paysom was nothing more than a common occurrence in the eyes of the other two. Usually, they would even find it interesting, but now it was not like this. They were all shocked by Paysom's words. It was because the Lord Moto that Paysom mentioned was the only one who was qualified to be an elite assassin of Emperor Killer. Every one of them was at least Class A. As the most talented assassin in their batch, Zhou Jie also had the potential to enter the elite assassin group. However, by chance, Zhou Jie offended Moto, and Moto even said that they would kill Zhou Jie one day. However, because Zhou Jie was valued by the organization at that time, Moto did not dare do it, but now found it. It's still today's headline. Unidentified flying object from outer space crashed in a heart lake. Police are trying to salvage it. It should be Zhou Jie's spaceship that crashed. At this time, the red-haired man had hacked into Planet Japan's land and obtained the local news and information. He then told the other 3 people present. Then we'll leave the rest to the people from the branch. Let them confirm whether Zhou Jie is dead or alive. Paysom said immediately. The other 3 didn't have any objections to this, and the group quickly took action. The Emperor Killer Organization's branch in Planet Japan was called Sun Shroud. At this moment, in the underground castle of the Sun Shroud, Assassin Organization's headquarters, the King of Assassins of Planet Japan and the leader of the Sun Shroud Organization, Prose, was tapping the table in a room on the top floor, deep in thought. Not long ago, Paysom and the others had come to visit, bringing with them a warrant from Emperor Killer's headquarters. They requested his cooperation and told him about Zhou Jie. As the King of Assassins, Prose was strong and had a high status. Even if he went to Emperor Killer's headquarters, he would still be one of the top figures. Paysom and the others had politely asked for his help, and Prose had casually agreed. However, when he learned about the city Zhou Jie might be in, he was a little troubled. It turned out that the forces in Rongxin City were extremely complicated. Firstly, it was the direct territory of Planet Japan's number 2 assassin organization, Falcon, and Falcon was the archenemy of Sun Shroud. Secondly, it was also the headquarters of Tianqing Technology Group. As Planet Japan placed great importance on the development of technology, the government had a special super-armed force stationed in Rongxin City to deal with terrorist incidents at any time. Thirdly, it was also because of Tianqing Technology Group that the underworld forces had a very powerful hidden force in Rongxin City. The mastermind behind the scenes seemed to want to obtain an important research result from Tianqing Technology Group. The existence of the super-armed force was also due to the influence of the underworld forces. Overall, the influence of Sun Shroud in Rongxin City was relatively small. Therefore, to find a top assassin like Zhou Jie in Rongxin City, if Zhou Jie still had his memories, he would naturally hide his identity and hide himself, was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. However, since he had already agreed, Prose couldn't easily go back on his word. Therefore, he was now thinking hard about how to effectively find Zhou Jie and how to deal with him after finding him. Raven, Prose suddenly shouted. After the sound, the door was silently opened. A black figure stood at the door and asked Prose, Lord Prose, do you have any instructions for me? Get Verbius God and Spider to come see me. Prose said, Yes. The black figure answered and retreated. It was evening in the downtown area of Rongshin City. A civilian car with a Volkswagen license plate stopped beside Heart Lake Park. Two men dressed strangely got out of the car. One of the two men was extremely tall, more than 9 meters. He wore dark red tights. The other was relatively normal in height, less than 75 meters. However, he was very thin, like a bamboo pole. Under the tights with black stripes and gray soles, one could see the protruding bones wrapped around him. Number 002, Flying Dagger, Zhou Jie. His spaceship was salvaged from here not long ago. However, there was no one inside. This proves that he's still alive. How troublesome. The tall man, Verbius God, said as he twisted his neck. Spider, who was as thin as a matchstick, stared at the railing of Heart Lake dozens of meters away. However, his voice was calm as he said, Let's look for clues. Perhaps number 002 is seriously injured and hasn't left Rongshin City yet. Okay, Verbius God responded. The purpose of the two of them coming here was to find even the slightest clue. A few minutes later, How is it? You didn't find anything, right? I don't have anything here either. Verbius God came to the side of Spider, who was standing in a daze, and asked casually. However, Spider didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to look at the pole beside him. Seeing this, Verbius God couldn't help but feel puzzled. He followed Spider's gaze and looked at the pole. Then his gaze followed the pole up. At the top of the pole was a miniature camera. Under the bright street lights, the red light was particularly dazzling. Rongshin City, Heart Lake District Security Surveillance Room. A barely audible gunshot was heard in the dark. The camera at the door of the security room exploded. Then, a black shadow flashed into the security room from behind the wall. The two officers in the security room didn't even have time to finish their sentence before they fell in front of the table. Then, the curtains of the security room were pulled from the inside. The intruder walked straight into the surveillance room. Late at night, a civilian car was parked behind an old house. In the car, Verbius God and Verbius God were comparing the two people in the surveillance video. In fact, there were 3 people in the surveillance video. One of them was Zhou Jie, who had just fainted on the shore. The other 2 were Tu Sai Gao and Ding Xiaoyu. At this moment, Verbius God and Verbius God were comparing the 2 people they were looking for. I found this woman. She's the apple of the eye of the chairman of Tianqing Technology Group. Her name is Ding Xiaoyu. Verbius God suddenly said excitedly. It was also at this time that Spider found Tu Saigao's information. The man is called Tu Saigao. He's just an ordinary person. Let's find him first and ask him about 002's whereabouts. Okay, considering that Ding Xiaoyu was not an ordinary person, Verbius God agreed to start with Tu Saigao first. At about 7 o'clock in the morning the next day, Zhou Jie came to Ding Xiaoyu's room. Ding Xiaoyu had called him yesterday and asked him to have breakfast at her place this morning. As soon as Zhou Jie entered the room, the lowly beauty, Fan Xiat, ran over excitedly and greeted Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie, you're here. Today, I made my best ham and pineapple buns. Come and try it. Ham and pineapple buns? Zhou Jie muttered to himself about this unfamiliar food term. Before he could continue thinking about it, Fan Xiat dragged him to the dining table. Ding Xiaoyu's expression was a little strange when she saw this. When Zhou Jie sat down, she finally could not help but tease. So the ham and pineapple buns were not specially made for me. They were made for Zhou Jie. Phew, this is so annoying. Zhou Jie has only been here for a short while, and his position in your heart has already surpassed mine. Chapter 7. As soon as Ding Xiaoyu said this, Fan Xiat, who was about to pour milk for Zhou Jie, froze in place. The smile on her face suddenly became awkward. She stuck out her tongue and said, Miss, no matter what, Zhou Jie is your personal bodyguard, and he's new. As your personal nanny, Of course I have to give him a warm welcome. Then, Fan Shiat excitedly continued what she was doing. She poured a large glass of milk for Zhou Jie and handed it to Zhou Jie, saying, "Here, drink milk. It's good for calcium." Zhou Jie stiffly took the milk from Fan Shiat, then glanced at Ding Xiaoyu. Ding Xiaoyu pursed her lips, squinted her eyes, and pouted her lips. When she saw Zhou Jie looking at her innocently, she immediately deflated. She rolled her eyes at Fan Shiat and said, "Forget it. For the sake of your happiness, I won't argue with you." "Miss, please don't say it out loud." Fan Shiat heard this and suddenly became anxious. She almost rushed over to cover Ding Xiaoyu's mouth. Then, she looked at Zhou Jie awkwardly. However, Zhou Jie looked at Fan Shiat, then looked at Ding Xiaoyu. His face was expressionless, but his frown showed that he didn't seem to understand what Fan Shiat and Ding Xiaoyu were talking about. Ding Xiaoyu more or less understood Zhou Jie's personality. She couldn't help but laugh and said, "Okay, let's eat. In the afternoon, Zhou Jie will accompany me to go shopping. As for you," Fan Shiat saw Ding Xiaoyu looking at her with bad intentions. She immediately had a bad feeling. "You can stay at home and do the cleaning." Ding Xiaoyu smiled proudly. This time, Fan Shiat immediately pretended to be pitiful. She looked at Ding Xiaoyu and said, "Miss, I want to go too. Tell me what you want to buy. I'll buy it for you. With Zhou Jie here, you don't need to accompany me," Ding Xiaoyu said decisively. Fan Shiat, Zhou Jie silently nibbled on the bread in his hand and drank a mouthful of milk. He suddenly thought of an animal. At the same time, Tu Sai Gao was being questioned about Zhou Jie by Orion and Orion. "You said he lost his memory?" Xiaoyu's words, and Xiaoyu asked. "Yeah, maybe his head was hit when a spaceship crashed. Anyway, he only remembers his own name," Lin Sanjiu said. Because Xiaoyu and Ding Xiaoyu had accurately mentioned Zhou Jie's name and said that they were Zhou Jie's good friends and had come to look for him, Tu Sai Gao was not wary of the two's questions. Xiaoyu tried to control the ecstasy in her heart. She pretended to be shocked and regretful. She sighed and said, "Sai, this is troublesome. Don't tell me he doesn't even recognize the two of us?" Tu Sai Gao nodded and said, "It's very possible. He said that he only remembered what happened after he came out of the spaceship. He doesn't seem to remember anything else." Xiaoyu's words made Xiaoyu even happier. But on the surface, she put on a regretful expression and said, "Sai, all right then. We'll go look for him first." "Thank you." "Oh, you're welcome. Oh, by the way, how did you find me?" Only now did Tu Sai Gao realize this point and couldn't help but ask curiously, but he was still not on guard in his heart. Xiaoyu's question made Xiaoyu smile. She glanced at Spider beside Tu Sai Gao and said, "You don't need to know because you'll soon forget these few minutes." Huh? Tu Sai Gao's heart skipped a beat. She finally realized that something was wrong. However, Spider had already reached out and grabbed Tu Sai Gao's neck behind his back. Then he stuffed a fast-acting amnesia pill into Tu Sai Gao's mouth and forced him to swallow it. "This is a fast-acting pill. You can sleep here for a while," Xiaoyu said with a smile. Tu Sai Gao's eyes rolled back, and he could not speak. After struggling for a few seconds, Tu Sai Gao fell asleep. Number 002 has lost his memory. His brain must be severely injured, and he can't use his mental power. "Maybe we can kill him," Spider said coldly as he put Tu Sai Gao on the ground. Hearing this, Verbius licked its scarlet lips and couldn't stop a smile from spreading across its face. "That's what I'm thinking. If we can kill number 002, it'll be a great achievement." It was close to noon, and the temperature in Rongxin City had risen to 27 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, the sun was not too strong. After some consideration, Ding Xiaoyu decided to go out at this time. As Ding Xiaoyu's personal bodyguard, Zhou Jie naturally followed Ding Xiaoyu out. After the two entered the elevator, Ding Xiaoyu asked Zhou Jie, "By the way, do you know how to drive?" Zhou Jie thought for a while and said, "I don't know." Ding Xiaoyu suddenly felt like his heart was being attacked. He could not help but put his hand on his forehead and said, oh no, you definitely don't know how to drive the magnetic spaceship. Do you still want me to drive?" "I can give it a try. I just don't remember if I know how to drive it." Zhou Jie said at this time. Ding Xiaoyu could not help but be speechless again. He thought to himself, you can't even remember if you know how to drive it. How can you expect to remember how to drive it? However, Ding Xiaoyu did not say this out loud. Instead, he sighed helplessly and said, well, you could try a Volkswagen Sherry later. I really don't want to let you try my Laden car. The two cars Ding Xiaoyu was talking about were a Sherry and a Laden. The former was considered a luxury car for commoners, and its original price was about 300,000 yen. The latter was her favorite car, and it was a gift from Ding Junfeng for her coming of age. It was a custom-made limited edition car, and it cost her more than 20 million yen. It was almost as expensive as the cheapest magnet-powered spaceship, a legal spaceship that could fly at a specified altitude. Okay, miss. Zhou Jie did not know the value of these cars, so he did not respond at the moment. He just responded. However, what surprised Ding Xiaoyu was that after Zhou Jie tried driving the Sherry, he actually drifted and turned in the only open space in the underground parking lot. This kind of driving skill almost gave Ding Xiaoyu a heart attack. Therefore, Zhou Jie also smoothly sat in the driver's seat of the Laden car and drove this limited edition private car to the shopping mall in the center of Rongxin City. Zhou Jie, are you pretending to have amnesia? You said that you don't remember how to drive, but now you can drive as well as Uncle Wang. How do you explain that? When they were about to reach the shopping mall, Ding Xiaoyu suddenly asked Zhou Jie from the back seat, as if she wanted to see through Zhou Jie. However, Zhou Jie did not turn his head and said, I think I used to know how to drive. When I touched the handle, my body instinctively let me drive this car. It's not difficult. When Ding Xiaoyu heard this, she could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. She wanted to say something, but she quickly gave up. Forget it. She was completely defeated by Zhou Jie. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie and Ding Xiaoyu got out of the car in the parking lot. Ding Xiaoyu's face showed a sincere expression of joy. I can finally go shopping alone. Now no one will say anything about what I buy. When Zhou Jie heard this, although he did not show any expression on his face, he could not help but have a trace of doubt in his heart. He was not a person? Oh, Zhou Jie, let's go eat first. This time no one will say anything about me. I want to go to the buffet. Fat is the trend now. I should eat to gain some weight. As Ding Xiaoyu said this, she looked at herself and then turned to ask Zhou Jie, don't you think so? When Zhou Jie heard this, he could not help but look at Ding Xiaoyu's attire. She was wearing a white cotton short-sleeved shirt that exposed her navel. Her lower body was flat, and she was wearing a pair of three-quarter-length hot pants. Her two fair and smooth legs were very beautiful. Coupled with a pair of crystal sandals that were neither too high nor too low, it really showed off Ding Xiaoyu's figure incisively and vividly. However, after looking at her for a few seconds, Zhou Jie said calmly, you are indeed too thin. Eat more and exercise more. Ding Xiaoyu was speechless. At the same time, on a hidden wall in the underground parking lot, Spider leaned against the wall and said to the communicator, the target has arrived at Wuyue Plaza. Find a place to snipe. Roger that. Verbius's reply came quickly from the communicator. Chapter 8. Zhou Jie and Ding Xiaoyu took the underground elevator directly to the 4th floor. Although Ding Xiaoyu usually couldn't come here alone, he had been here many times with Ding Junfeng and Wang Long, so he was familiar with some of the places. At this moment, Ding Xiaoyu planned to go to a buffet restaurant on the 4th floor. I remember it's over there. Yes, it's here. It was rare for Ding Xiaoyu to come out to such a crowded place with only one bodyguard, so he was a little excited and even trotted all the way. However, no matter how fast Ding Xiaoyu moved, Zhou Jie walked at the same pace, always half a body's length behind Ding Xiaoyu, closely following him. Soon, Ding Xiaoyu and Zhou Jie stopped in front of a restaurant called Tian Hai Buffet. This is it. Let's eat here. Ding Xiaoyu turned to Zhou Jie and was about to take out his mobile phone from his backpack to pay. Miss, I'll pay. Zhou Jie saw this and said as he stepped forward. Then Zhou Jie took out the global black card that Ding Junfeng had given him, handed it to the waiter at the door, and said, 2 people. The waiter didn't recognize the global black card. After taking the card, he looked at it with some confusion, then smiled at Zhou Jie and said, "Please wait a moment." At this time, Ding Xiaoyu also walked to Zhou Jie's side. When he saw the global black card, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and murmured, "Dad actually gave you a global black card. He really doesn't treat you as an outsider." Zhou Jie heard this and glanced at Ding Xiaoyu, but still didn't say a word. In the process of waiting for the waiter to verify the card, Zhou Jie suddenly sensed something and looked to the right. Not far from the circular railing, a thin man wearing a cap was leaning on the railing, pretending that nothing had happened. When Zhou Jie looked at him, he immediately looked to the other side, as if he was waiting for someone out of boredom. However, Zhou Jie's eyes stayed on the man in the cap for a full 3 seconds, then calmly looked away, as if nothing had happened. "Ah, sir, your global black card allows you to enjoy a 5% discount. I've already processed it for you. Please go in." Not long after Zhou Jie looked away, the waiter who had verified the card with a smile on his face and handed the card back to Zhou Jie. "Okay, thank you." Zhou Jie took back the black card and said calmly, then walked into the buffet restaurant with Ding Xiaoyu. Seeing Zhou Jie and Ding Xiaoyu walk into the restaurant, Spider, who was wearing a cap, licked his lips, then took a deep breath and walked into a barbecue restaurant with transparent glass. He chose a seat where he could observe the entrance of the buffet restaurant at all times and sat down. At the same time, on the top floor of a tall building opposite Wuyu Plaza, Verbius, who was wearing a mask and special glasses, appeared there, holding a 1.6-meter long pulse sniper rifle in his hand. This was a gun that only super special forces snipers on Planet Sol were equipped with. In terms of value, it was comparable to a super sniper rifle that could take down a tank in one shot. Within a range of 1 kilometer, the terrifying energy contained in the pulse sniper rifle's bullet could almost turn an adult bull into a pile of minced meat. At the same time, the damage to the surrounding environment was minimized. The only downside was that the bullet's firing speed was very low, less than 800 meters per second. After Verbius set up the sniper rifle, he looked at the message that Spider had just sent on the screen of his communicator. "The target is eating. Continue to wait for my news." Verbius immediately cursed a few times, then sat on the stool, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and started smoking. About an hour later, Zhou Jie and Ding Xiaoyu walked out of the buffet restaurant. Ding Xiaoyu rubbed his bulging belly, then turned back and laughed. "Zhou Jie, you eat too much. More than 30 plates. Did you see the way the waiter looked at you? Ha ha, that's so funny. If I didn't know better, I would have thought he saw a blazing star." Zhou Jie was half a step behind Ding Xiaoyu, as usual. When he heard Ding Xiaoyu's words, there was not much change in his expression. He just listened quietly. Seeing this, Ding Xiaoyu could not help but stop smiling. He sighed and said to Zhou Jie, "You're so boring." This finally made Zhou Jie's eyebrows twitch slightly. But just as he was about to say something, he caught a glimpse of Spider in the barbecue restaurant wearing a cap. Zhou Jie's eyes could not help but stop on Spider for a second. He then looked at Ding Xiaoyu and asked, "Miss, have you ever been in danger alone before?" Ding Xiaoyu was a little confused, but after thinking about it, she answered, "Well, a few times, but Dad always sent people to protect me in secret. It was always scary, but not dangerous." Zhou Jie thought for a moment, then asked, "The person who secretly protected you, did he wear a cap?" Ding Xiaoyu was dumbfounded by Zhou Jie's question. She looked as if she had been taken aback and replied, "Cap? Why do you ask? They don't necessarily wear the same thing every time, but I've never seen them wear a cap." "I know," Zhou Jie said immediately. His expression immediately returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Ding Xiaoyu saw this and was speechless. Fortunately, she was more or less used to Zhou Jie's personality, so she did not ask for a rebuff. Instead, she said, "Well then, let's go shopping. The virtual fitting on the internet is always unreliable. It's better to buy the real thing." Zhou Jie didn't say anything about this. He followed Ding Xiaoyu and began to accompany her shopping on the street. A woman's shopping ability was always so scary. Zhou Jie followed Ding Xiaoyu and went through almost the entire Wuyu Plaza building in the afternoon. They entered a total of 12 clothing stores, 7 jewelry stores, and cosmetic stores. When Zhou Jie accompanied Ding Xiaoyu out of the shopping mall, Zhou Jie was carrying 5 bags of various sizes in each hand. There were also 2 bags hanging around his neck, one in front and one behind. People who saw Zhou Jie and Ding Xiaoyu couldn't help but marvel at Zhou Jie's strength and Ding Xiaoyu's crazy shopping. Wow, today's shopping is so tiring. After Ding Xiaoyu walked out of the mall, she looked back at Zhou Jie and said, "You're carrying so many things, yet your face isn't red and you're not out of breath. Your physical fitness is really good. These things aren't heavy." Zhou Jie replied calmly towards this, and he didn't even glance at Ding Xiaoyu. Ding Xiaoyu was bored. She curled her lips, turned around, and continued walking. Zhou Jie and Ding Xiaoyu did not take the elevator back to the underground parking lot because Zhou Jie had too many things on him. They could not take the elevator, so they had to take the elevator from the outside parking lot to the underground parking lot. The target is out of the mall. Can you see it? From afar, Spider saw Zhou Jie and Ding Xiaoyu walking out of the mall and contacted Verbius through the communication device. A few seconds later, Verbius's voice came from the communication device. Target locked. This is much easier than expected. On the top floor of a tall building about 700 meters away from the entrance of Wuyu Plaza Mall, Verbius had already aimed her sniper rifle at Zhou Jie's body. This was because it would be easier to hit the target. With the power of the pulse bullet, even if Zhou Jie was wearing a combat suit, as long as the bullet hit Zhou Jie, Verbius did not even need to think about the result. Zhou Jie will be dead for sure. "Come on, baby." Verbius observed Zhou Jie's movement through the sniper rifle's scope, the smile on her face becoming more and more impudent. Finally, after a few seconds, Verbius pulled the trigger. The pulse bullet was like a flash of lightning, instantly reaching the top of Zhou Jie's head. Boom! The sound of the pulse bullet piercing through the air was like thunder in a small area. Unfortunately, the speed of sound was too slow compared to the speed of the bullet. When the bullet reached Zhou Jie's side, the sound of the bullet piercing through the air had not yet spread out. Bang! The pulse bullet successfully hit Zhou Jie. However, unlike what Verbius had expected, the pulse bullet did not enter Zhou Jie's body. Instead, it was actually caught by Zhou Jie's raised right hand. That's right, the pulse bullet was caught in midair by Zhou Jie's hand. Because Zhou Jie's hand was covered by the combat suit, it did not explode or turn into a pile of minced meat. When Verbius saw the scene of Zhou Jie catching the pulse bullet through the sniper rifle scope, the smile on her face instantly froze. After a full 2 seconds, Verbius only uttered 2 words, F***CK. Chapter 9. "Hey, Zhou Jie, what are you doing?" Ding Xiaoyu caught a glimpse of Zhou Jie suddenly raising his hand and throwing all the things in his hand to the ground. She was very surprised and couldn't help but ask. However, Zhou Jie acted as if he did not hear Ding Xiaoyu's question. He quickly looked around, and when he saw Spider, who had changed into a new outfit not far behind him, the look in his eyes became extremely terrifying. However, considering the presence of Verbius, Zhou Jie did not choose to make a move. Instead, he quickly picked up the things on the ground and said to Ding Xiaoyu, "Let's go. Run into the elevator." Huh? Ding Xiaoyu was not aware of the danger that had just happened. She could not help but feel a little scared when she saw Zhou Jie's serious expression and the tone of his voice. She immediately followed Zhou Jie and ran toward the elevator in the underground parking lot not far away. On the other hand, Verbius had already packed up his sniper rifle and other items. He had no intention of continuing the sniping. What a joke! To be able to catch a pulse bullet with his bare hands when he was unprepared, his strength was simply unimaginable. He was not someone he and Spider could afford to mess with. If they did not retreat now, they would be waiting for the organization to collect their corpses. At the same time, Verbius did not forget to send a message to Spider. Number 002 strength is far beyond our expectations. The last hit plan is canceled. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. The so-called last hit plan was actually to prevent Verbius from succeeding due to special reasons. In that case, Spider would sneak up on Zhou Jie and kill him by engaging in close-quarters combat or other combat methods. But now, it seemed that if Spider really did do it, Verbius would only be able to collect his corpse. Zhou Jie and Ding Xiaoyu entered the elevator outside. It was a cargo elevator, so it was very large. Zhou Jie shielded Ding Xiaoyu behind him and faced the direction where Verbius was sniping. At the same time, he kept looking around in case there were other dangers. Zhou Jie's behavior inevitably surprised Ding Xiaoyu. She could not help but ask, "Zhou Jie, what's wrong? Did you find something? Let's talk about it when it's safe." Zhou Jie replied. Ding Xiaoyu was shocked. Based on Zhou Jie's words, there was really some danger nearby. Ding Xiaoyu did not say anything else. She also became nervous and began to look around. Fortunately, the elevator soon went deep into the underground parking lot. When the elevator door opened, Zhou Jie first looked around. After making sure there was no danger, he took the lead and walked out of the elevator. He then said to Ding Xiaoyu, "Follow me." Although Ding Xiaoyu didn't find any danger, she saw that Zhou Jie didn't seem to be joking. She immediately said in and carefully followed behind Zhou Jie and walked quickly. After finding the car, Zhou Jie put all the things Ding Xiaoyu bought into the back of the car. If it were any other time, Ding Xiaoyu would inevitably complain about her clothes being crushed. But now, because of the possible danger, Ding Xiaoyu did not say anything. After getting in the car, Zhou Jie asked Ding Xiaoyu to lie down in the back seat. This time, Ding Xiaoyu was a little speechless. After all, she really did not find any danger, so she asked Zhou Jie about the danger. Zhou Jie closed the door and asked. Without saying anything, he threw the pulse bullet in his hand to Ding Xiaoyu in the back seat. Ding Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment when she received the pulse bullet. Then she asked curiously, Zhou Jie, why did you bring a bullet with you? Why did you throw it to me?" Zhou Jie started the car and replied, "Someone just sniped me. I caught the bullet with my hand. It's a bullet from a pulse sniper rifle. In terms of power, it can break a tank's steel armor." Zhou Jie's words were said without any ripples, but Ding Xiaoyu was extremely surprised when she heard it. "What the hell? Pulse bullet? It can break a tank's steel armor? But you caught it with your hand. Zhou Jie, are you kidding me?" After the shock, Ding Xiaoyu asked with the corner of her mouth twitching. "No, miss," Zhou Jie responded bluntly. Ding Xiaoyu immediately used all her strength to lie down in the back seat of the car, not saying a word. After returning to the Tianqing Technology Building safely, Zhou Jie immediately took Ding Xiaoyu to Ding Junfeng's office. "About the sniping incident, I need to tell your father. Because to be precise, the shot was aimed at me, but we can't rule out the possibility that it was an accident or that the other party wanted to kill you and me at the same time. With the power of the pulse bullet, it's easy to kill you after piercing through my body," Zhou Jie said to Ding Xiaoyu in the corridor leading to Ding Junfeng's office. Ding Xiaoyu pursed her lips and put on an innocent and pitiful look. Why did she suddenly encounter such a terrifying attack? Could it be that the other party was really only here for Zhou Jie? While Ding Xiaoyu was thinking, Zhou Jie had already walked to the door of the office and knocked on the door. Ding Junfeng was flipping through documents in the room. When he heard the knock, he said, "Come in." Zhou Jie and Ding Xiaoyu opened the door and walked in. Seeing Zhou Jie and Ding Xiaoyu, Ding Junfeng was a little surprised. He stood up and asked Zhou Jie what happened. At the same time, Wang Long, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, also stood up and looked at Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie casually threw the pulse bullet to Wang Long and told Ding Junfeng and Ding Xiaoyu about the sniping incident today. After listening to Zhou Jie's quick narration, Ding Junfeng's face was filled with shock. Wang Long, who was beside him, also had a look of great surprise. He opened his mouth and asked in surprise, "Zhou Jie, you caught the pulse bullet with your hand?" "Yes." Zhou Jie heard the question and nodded as he responded calmly. "Can you show me your hand?" Wang Long got an affirmative answer. His face was suddenly filled with respect as he asked seriously. Zhou Jie hesitated for a moment. In the end, he walked toward Wang Long and opened his right hand, which had caught the pulse bullet, in front of Wang Long. The part of Zhou Jie's combat suit in the palm of his hand was dented inwards, leaving a white mark. It was roughly the outline of the pulse bullet. Wang Long had a good understanding of pulse bullet sniper rifles. Although its firing speed was slow and he could easily catch it if he was prepared, its power was incomparably great. Moreover, the power mentioned here did not refer to the penetrative power of ordinary bullets, but the diffuse wave energy. Therefore, pulse bullets could break through the steel armor of ordinary tanks without strong penetrative power. Although the destructive power caused by pulse bullets was not as great as a super sniper rifle, its lethality was still not to be underestimated. Wang Long took a deep breath, then nodded and said, "I still underestimated you, Zhou Jie. You are at least a B-rank warrior. If you also developed spiritual power, you might even be an upper-rank B-rank warrior. Have you developed spiritual power?" In fact, although most of the people who could control spiritual power were A-rank experts, Wang Long himself was a mid-rank B-rank warrior. He felt that Zhou Jie was not that much stronger than him, so he did not think that Zhou Jie was an A-rank expert. At the same time, A-rank experts were much rarer than B-rank experts. However, Wang Long did not consider this, or perhaps it was because he was not clear about Zhou Jie's injury. Zhou Jie had suffered brain damage and lost his memory, so he had lost part of his combat power. As for how much of his combat power he had lost, he could only wait until Zhou Jie recovered his memory to find out. Spiritual power? I don't know, but sometimes I feel that there's a force in my mind. When I want to mobilize it, my brain hurts, so I can't use it. Zhou Jie answered Wang Long's question. His expression was the same, and he did not show any emotion because of Wang Long's evaluation of him. When Wang Long heard this, he realized that Zhou Jie's brain injury might not have recovered yet. He could not help but be slightly surprised. "Well, it seems that you might really be an A-rank warrior. That's scary. Your origin must be very unusual." Zhou Jie did not answer. Ding Junfeng saw that Zhou Jie was silent. Although he was also surprised by Zhou Jie's strength, he still brought the original topic back to the original topic. He said, "Let's not delve into Zhou Jie's matter for now. The problem is that this sniper incident, if they were targeting Zhou Jie, it would be too fast. How did they know that Zhou Jie and Xiao Yu were together? Also, I took a look at the pulse bullets. They were produced on the sun, and Zhou Jie is from another planet. This can only mean that these bastards were targeting Xiao Yu." When Ding Junfeng said this, Zhou Jie and Ding Xiaoyu's expressions changed. They were obviously surprised by this situation. "Dad, this is killing me. Why do they want to kill me?" Ding Xiaoyu finally could not help but ask. Ding Junfeng did not dare to look directly at Ding Xiaoyu. He lowered his head and sighed before saying, "It's all because of the latest genetic technology, the biochemical genetic medicine. Yao Tianlong even threatened me because of it." Biochemical genetic medicine? Ding Xiaoyu could not help but be puzzled when he heard this unfamiliar term. Chapter 10. Ding Junfeng saw that Ding Xiaoyu was confused, so he thought for a while and said, "Speaking of which, this genetic mutation technology was caused by a mistake. Currently, it is still in an uncontrollable stage. After I found out about it, I try my best to block the news. However, Yao Tianlong had already arranged spies in the company, so he still found out about it." Ding Junfeng recalled the history of the development of the biochemical genetic drug and could not help but frown as he said on the spot, "To put it bluntly, this biochemical genetic drug causes an acute mutation in the genes of ordinary people, and this mutation is an evolutionary enhancement. In the beginning, a hamster that was experimented on easily bit through the iron cage after the mutation, and its strength was as strong as a chinchilla. The researchers did not dare to catch it, and it was only later that the security team sent out 6 people to catch it. After this incident, we carried out a human clone experiment, and the result was that after the mutation, The strength and speed of the cloned human specimen increased by more than 10 times, and even its intelligence was increased. At that time, the protective measures were broken because of this. If I had not asked old Wong to rush over in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. P.S. Cloned human specimens refer to the cloned human bodies that are specially used for scientific and medical experiments after the intelligent brain is removed. It is a technology that has been approved by Japan's law, but it is only allowed to be used by some organizations. As soon as Ding Junfeng finished speaking, Wang Long also said, the biochemical genetic drug can increase the divine constitution of ordinary people by more than 10 times, and even increase their intelligence. However, there are a lot of drawbacks that cannot be overcome at the moment, and the hidden drawbacks are not clear yet. The country has already controlled this technology and allowed us to continue our secret research. As for Yao Tianlong's situation, we did not know that he already knew about this technology, so we did not apply for help from the country. Now, it seems that it might be necessary, Chairman. When Wang Long said the last sentence, he looked at Ding Junfeng, obviously asking for his opinion. Seeing this, Ding Junfeng could not help but sigh again, and then said, Yao Tianlong, even if I tell him that the researchers of this technology have been controlled by the country, and that I can't get the relevant information, he will definitely not believe me. To be on the safe side, I think it is necessary to make his influence disappear from Rongxin City. Chairman, leave this matter to me. Wang Long heard this and immediately said. Ding Junfeng nodded with satisfaction. Good. Then, Ding Junfeng looked at Ding Xiaoyu and Zhou Jie and said, it's really dangerous this time. Fortunately, Zhou Jie is here. However, before Yao Tianlong is dealt with, Xiaoyu, try not to go out for the time being. If something happens, ask Zhou Jie to accompany you. Avoid contact with strangers and be careful. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to visit Professor Lin at the hospital in a few days. Ding Xiaoyu was about to agree, but he suddenly changed the topic. Professor Lin? Ding Junfeng was stunned when he heard this, and he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. The Professor Lin that Ding Xiaoyu mentioned was Ding Xiaoyu's supervisor when he was in university. He was very caring towards his students and often invited his students to visit his house. Therefore, Ding Xiaoyu often mentioned this Professor Lin in front of him. Now that Ding Xiaoyu said that Professor Lin was in the hospital, Ding Xiaoyu really should go and visit him. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Ding Junfeng said, your supervisor is in the hospital? Then you should go and visit him, but still, be careful. You have to listen to Zhou Jie when you're outside. When Ding Xiaoyu heard Ding Junfeng telling her to listen to Zhou Jie, she could not help but want to refute, but when she opened her mouth, she suddenly became quiet again. Zhou Jie, I'll leave the matter of protecting little you to you. Ding Junfeng ignored Ding Xiaoyu and turned to Zhou Jie. I will protect Miss. Zhou Jie nodded slightly and responded. After leaving Ding Junfeng's office, Ding Xiaoyu went back to his room accompanied by Zhou Jie. After Ding Xiaoyu entered the door, Zhou Jie was about to go back to his room, but he was stopped by Ding Xiaoyu. Hey, Zhou Jie, stay for dinner. You've worked hard carrying my things today. Hearing this, Zhou Jie hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, okay. That night, Ding Xiaoyu actually cooked dinner for Zhou Jie and Fan Xiat. Egg fried rice during dinner. Miss, there's eggshell. Fan Xiat was eating when a crisp sound came from his mouth. He could not help but say bitterly, when I was beating the egg, it might have broken a little bit. There's only a little bit of eggshell left. Ding Xiaoyu immediately explained. Oh, miss, it's so salty. Did you not sprinkle the salt evenly? Fan Xiat took another bite, his eyebrows knitted together, and asked again. Maybe I put too much salt. It shouldn't be too salty. If it's salty, drink more water. Ding Xiaoyu pretended to be nonchalant about this. Miss, the rice under the bowl seems to be burnt. Fan Xiat said again. Ding Xiaoyu could not help but be speechless. Why are you so nosy? I haven't cooked for a long time. Look at Zhou Jie. He ate so much and did not say anything. However, just as Ding Xiaoyu finished speaking, Fancy had heard Zhou Jie's mouth make the same crunching sound that she had just experienced. Zhou Jie, on the other hand, looked calm and collected and continued to chew the eggshell fried rice in his mouth. Fan Xiat. Ding Xiaoyu. Late at night, the leader of the biggest underworld gang in Rongxin City, Yao Tianlong, came out of a high-class club and was about to return to his residence. "Who is it?" When Yao Tianlong was about to reach the car, his second-in-command, Dong Cheng, suddenly shouted vigilantly and shielded Yao Tianlong behind him. At the same time, the other two men in black behind Yao Tianlong instantly took out the mini rocket launchers at their waists and aimed at the two people who suddenly appeared in the car in front of them. The two people who suddenly appeared were the elite killers, Qin and Luca, who came to kill Zhou Jie. The two of them could not help but laugh when they saw Yao Tianlong and the other's posture. Luca raised his hand as if he was about to do something, but was stopped by Qin. Then, Qin turned to look at Yao Tianlong and said, "If you want to live, cooperate with us. If we succeed, you will also get benefits otherwise." When Qin said this, the two men in black with the rocket launchers suddenly stepped forward and aimed the rocket launchers at Qin and Dongcheng. However, the next second, bang! Luca, who was originally sitting in the front of the car, suddenly went berserk and kicked one of the men in black. Other than Qin, no one at the scene could react in time. "Stop!" Yao Tianlong was shocked by Luca's strength. In order to prevent the other party from making a big fuss, he immediately stopped him. "I can cooperate with you, but you said that I would be able to obtain benefits after the matter is completed. Get in the car. We'll discuss it slowly." In response, Qin said coldly. After the sniper incident, Ding Xiaoyu stayed at home for a day. The next morning, he told Zhou Jie that he was going to the hospital to visit his mentor, Professor Lin. After Zhou Jie informed Ding Junfeng about it, the two of them set off. However, this time, at Zhou Jie's request, Ding Xiaoyu and Dong Cheng did not choose to drive. Instead, they chose the energy-saving and environmentally friendly solar-powered scooter. This type of scooter was developed and produced by Tianxing Technology Group for public welfare. It could be found all over the country. When Ding Xiaoyu and Dong Cheng scanned the QR code to unlock the scooter, Zhou Jie suddenly said to Ding Xiaoyu, "A few people seem to be paying attention to us. Your trip this time may be dangerous." Ding Xiaoyu was shocked when he heard this. He immediately looked around and found that there were indeed a few men who were intentionally or unintentionally looking at him, but they quickly looked away. He was speechless. "Hey, Zhou Jie, are you being paranoid? What's so strange about those men looking at me?" Ding Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask after she got into the scooter. Zhou Jie was stunned when he heard this. He glanced at Ding Xiaoyu's clothes, a short-sleeve shirt that exposed his midriff and blue skinny jeans, perfectly outlining Ding Xiaoyu's body curves that could make countless men go crazy. Then, as if he understood something, Zhou Jie quickly lowered his head and said, "I hope I'm wrong." This was the first time Ding Xiaoyu had seen Zhou Jie look at her body as if he didn't dare to look at it again. She felt a little happy and unconsciously pouted. "Let's go, you lead the way." Zhou Jie also got into the scooter and said to Ding Xiaoyu. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings again. Chapter 11. Ding Xiaoyu rode the solar electric scooter and arrived at a large supermarket near the Second People's Hospital of Rongxin City. After buying some fruits, they entered the hospital. At the same time, in a shoe store opposite the Second People's Hospital, a young man in casual wear said into the communicator in his hand, "The target has entered the Second People's Hospital. Please give instructions." Soon, the young man received instructions from the communicator. He immediately put away the communicator and left the shoe store. Ding Xiaoyu and Zhou Jie stayed in the hospital for more than 2 hours. They only came out of the hospital when it was close to noon. "Hey, why is there not a single solar electric scooter?" When Ding Xiaoyu and Ding Xiaoyu planned to go back, they found that the spot where the solar electric scooters were parked in front of the hospital was empty. This made Ding Xiaoyu frown. Zhou Jie saw this and looked around. He found that there were 4 bicycles not far away, but 3 people were chatting next to the bicycles. Because he was not sure if they had requisitioned the bicycles, Zhou Jie dismissed the idea of going back by bicycle. "Miss, let's take a taxi back." In such a situation, Zhou Jie had no other choice. He could only suggest this. "Well, okay, I'll take a taxi." Ding Xiaoyu saw that there were people next to the bicycles, so he could only accept Zhou Jie's suggestion. He took out his mobile phone. Zhou Jie did not have an identity certificate in Sunstar, so he could not use the taxi app. Therefore, he nodded. After a while, Ding Xiaoyu successfully took a taxi. The driver appeared on the side of the road in less than a minute. After Ding Xiaoyu and Zhou Jie got in the car and closed the door, the driver started the car without saying anything. However, he did not take the shortcut that the two of them took. Instead, he turned around and turned into a small street. Regarding this, Zhou Jie was not familiar with the roads here, so he did not say much. However, Ding Xiaoyu could not help but ask, "Hey, why are we taking this road? Are we going to Tianqing Road?" Faced with Ding Xiaoyu's question, the driver replied, "Beauty, it's almost noon. There are a lot of cars there, and it's easy to get stuck in traffic. It's not easy for me to get customers, so I can save some time and earn more money. Taking a detour will only earn me 1 day at most." Ding Xiaoyu felt that what the driver said was reasonable, so she said, "Oh," and nodded. "Well, you can go to a place with fewer cars. I don't lack money." When the driver heard that, he immediately smiled and nodded. It's obvious that this beauty is a rich and kind person. Thank you for your understanding." Ding Xiaoyu could not help but be overjoyed when he heard this. He said, "Of course not." However, the happiness on his face could not be concealed. Zhou Jie sat calmly beside Ding Xiaoyu. His originally indifferent eyes were slightly cold. A few minutes later, the car that Zhou Jie and Ding Xiaoyu were in drove into Old Town Street. Due to the unique scenery of this street, it had retained its appearance from 30 years ago. The surrounding buildings were also relatively old, so there were very few people and cars on this street. Further ahead of Old Town Street was Xinjiang Road. It was built next to Rongxin River and was the road at the edge of the new city area. If they took a detour from this road to Tianqing Road, where the Tianqing Technology Building was located, it would be a half a turn. Compared to the nearest road, the fare would be more than 5 days more. Seeing that they had to take such a long detour, Ding Xiaoyu could not help but feel a little speechless. She thought to herself that this was considered an unscrupulous driver. However, she had already said that she did not lack money, so now she could only bite the bullet and not say anything. Not long after the car drove into Old Town Street, Zhou Jie glanced at Ding Xiaoyu. Although she looked unhappy, she did not say anything. He knew that the driver was taking a detour. However, since Ding Xiaoyu did not say anything, Zhou Jie, who did not know the way, could not say anything. However, Zhou Jie's seventh sense told him that an inexplicable crisis was approaching. Therefore, Zhou Jie began to walk around the car. He found that there were only a few cars on the street, and there was not a single pedestrian on either side of the road. Zhou Jie could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He thought that maybe he was overthinking things, but he did not let his guard down. Just as the car was about to drive out of the old city street, a few masked men suddenly appeared at the T intersection in front of them. They were all holding pistols, and they pulled the trigger at the car Zhou Jie and the other man were in. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots were accompanied by the driver and Ding Xiaoyu shouting. The car, which was originally moving forward, sped forward after the driver stepped on the accelerator. However, because the tires were already shot, the car immediately lost its balance and control. The driver could not help but step on the brakes. The car swept sideways and almost flipped over at the end of the T intersection. "Stop the car!" Zhou Jie shouted in a hurry. The moment the car came to a complete stop, he elbowed the back door on the left side. Under Zhou Jie's terrifying strength, the back door opened and almost fell to the ground. Without saying a word, Zhou Jie grabbed Ding Xiaoyu into his arms and leaped out of the car like a rabbit. Without thinking, he ran toward the dam of the Rongxin River not far away. Zhou Jie's position was not far away from the stone steps of the dam. However, Zhou Jie did not have the time to walk down the steps. He directly ran up the slope of the dam that was planted with grass. Even though he was carrying Ding Xiaoyu, Zhou Jie's speed was still very fast. He was completely inhuman. The dam was 15 meters tall, but Zhou Jie only took 3 steps to reach the top of the dam. This scene scared the few masked men with guns. Fortunately, a few of them were also very skilled. They immediately shouted and chased after him. After Zhou Jie rushed up the dam, he lowered his body and looked back. When he found that there were more than a dozen of these masked men with guns, and they were distributed in the distance, they quickly ran to both sides to block him when they saw him on the dam. Zhou Jie quickly turned around with a serious face. He came to the other side of the dam and looked down. Below him was another dam road. Usually there were very few people here, but at that moment there was not a single person. Ahead of the dam road was the Rongxin River, which was about 150 meters wide. The river water was turbulent and turbulent. Zhou Jie stopped on the dam for 2 seconds. Finally, he seemed to have made up his mind about something. He jumped out and actually jumped from the top of the dam to the middle of the dam road below. Before Zhou Jie landed, Ding Xiaoyu screamed and buried her head in Zhou Jie's chest. When she felt the vibration of Zhou Jie's landing, her whole body trembled. "Zhou Jie, you scare me to death." Ding Xiaoyu looked up and saw that Zhou Jie had landed safely in the middle of the dam road. She could not help but let out a sigh of relief. However, Zhou Jie was not in the mood to talk to Ding Xiaoyu at this time. His eyes were locked on a long green tube not far from the road. Then with a big stride, he came to the long tube and opened the lid. "Hide here for a while. Don't come out until I open the lid." Zhou Jie put the shocked Ding Xiaoyu into the tube and instructed her. "Zhou Jie, you're crazy." Ding Xiaoyu was put into the tube and almost could not help but scream frantically. However, Zhou Jie put the lid on the tube and said in a low voice, "Don't make a sound." After doing all this, Zhou Jie returned to the dam in a flash. At this time, there were already 12 masked men fighting on the dam. When they saw Zhou Jie suddenly appear, they were all shocked again and pointed their guns at Zhou Jie in unison. "Kill him," one of the leading masked men said and pulled the trigger first. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of gunshots, the one who fell was not Zhou Jie, but a few of the masked men who were closest to Zhou Jie. The moment these men opened fire, Zhou Jie's body flashed. He was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. His body had already kicked the wrist of the nearest man who was holding the gun. The powerful force caused the man's face to change drastically. His mouth was wide open, and under the inertia, he fell to the ground and rolled a few meters away. The moment the gunshot was heard, Zhou Jie kicked another man away. The bullet was fired, and Zhou Jie kicked another man. The bullet flew to Zhou Jie's original position, and Zhou Jie kicked another man. Then, as the masked men screamed, Zhou Jie used the lotus steps and punched and kicked at lightning speed, knocking all 6 of the masked men to the ground. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Chapter 12. Zhou Jie's terrifying combat power made the remaining 6 masked men extremely terrified. One by one, they uncontrollably pulled the trigger in their hands. Bullets poured out like rain towards Zhou Jie, as if they had no target. Zhou Jie turned sideways and dodged the first batch of bullets. Then, he rushed towards the nearest masked man. As if he had expected this, the leader of the masked men quickly aimed his gun at the position of the masked man that Zhou Jie was rushing towards. Without hesitation, he fired a shot. At this time, Zhou Jie had already swept the nearest masked man off the ground with his leg. After the gunshot, blood splattered on the masked man's body. He immediately let out a scream. The leader of the masked men, who had made the correct judgment but made the wrong shot, was shocked when he saw this. He knew that he had lost the chance to shoot again, and the fact was just as the leader of the masked men had expected. Zhou Jie slid close to the ground, stood up and appeared in front of him. He punched the base of the masked man's right arm, which was holding the gun. The masked man groaned in pain and flipped 360 degrees in the air before falling to the ground. He had completely lost the ability to resist. Among the remaining 4 masked men, one of them had the most quick-witted reaction. At this time, he turned around and ran. Obviously, he knew that he was no match for Zhou Jie. However, after Zhou Jie used less than 2 seconds to take down the remaining 3 masked men, his right hand moved like lightning to his waist. Then, he threw a knife at the fleeing masked man. "Ah!" The masked man suddenly screamed. He rolled forward and fell to the ground. He hugged his right thigh that had been pierced by the throwing knife, and his whole body was twitching nonstop. After doing all this, Zhou Jie looked around and found that a few masked men further away were trying to find something by the side of the dam. He knew that these people were indeed coming for Ding Xiaoyu. Immediately, a throwing knife appeared in each of his hands. He quickly walked towards the masked men in front of him. The 4 masked men in front of Zhou Jie were at a loss at this moment. They clearly saw Zhou Jie carrying someone down and then coming back up. But now there was no one on the dam. Could it be that Zhou Jie had thrown the daughter of Tianqing Technology Group into the river to swim? At this time, the 4 masked men also noticed that Zhou Jie was walking towards them. The 12 masked men who had previously surrounded him had all fallen to the ground. At this moment, the 4 masked men were so scared that their legs almost went soft. After one of them shouted, "Run!" the 4 masked men turned around and ran. Seeing this, Zhou Jie stopped chasing. He turned around and picked up the throwing knife that he had thrown not far away. Don't kill me, big brother, hero. We were just hired to help." When Zhou Jie picked up the throwing knife, the masked man who had fallen to the ground after being hit by the throwing knife not far away begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Zhou Jie looked at the masked man and then asked, "Who ordered you to come?" I don't know. We were just hired, really." The masked man tried to use a sincere voice to speak, as if he was about to cry. Hearing this, Zhou Jie looked back indifferently. He saw that the other 11 masked men were lying there, as if they were pretending to be dead. Without saying anything, he jumped down the dam road. Zhou Jie strode back to the rectangular green trash can. He then opened the lid and quickly carried Ding Xiaoyu out of it. However, when Ding Xiaoyu was carried into Zhou Jie's arms, her first reaction was to punch Zhou Jie's chest with her soft fists. She said angrily, "Zhou Jie, do you want to die? How could you put me in the trash can? It stinks." However, Zhou Jie still had no time to pay attention to Ding Xiaoyu. After holding her tightly, he ran towards Tianqing Road from the dam road. With Ding Xiaoyu in his arms, Zhou Jie's running speed was close to 30 meters per second, which was comparable to that of a cheetah. Within a few breaths, they had covered more than a kilometer. After running for about 2 kilometers, Zhou Jie suddenly slowed down to 10 meters per second. At this time, his breathing began to become rapid. After taking 2 deep breaths, Zhou Jie stabilized his breathing and asked Ding Xiaoyu, "Where's your house? Show me the way." At this moment, Ding Xiao was frightened by Zhou Jie's speed. Wenwen hurriedly replied, "Get on that bridge and walk straight this way. You'll see the Tianqing building." "Okay," Zhou Jie responded in a rough voice. Then, he sped up again, half an hour later, in Ding Juanfeng's office. "Dad, Zhou Jie is too much. He threw me into the trash can." Ding Xiaoyu rushed into Ding Juanfeng's arms as soon as she entered the door. She couldn't help but pretend to cry and complain. Ding Juanfeng was confused. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, his nose was suddenly stimulated by a faint sour and rotten smell. He couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. "Wow, baby girl, the smell on your body. You said that Zhou Jie threw you into the trash can?" Ding Juanfeng was now sure that Ding Xiaoyu was telling the truth. He immediately turned to Zhou Jie and asked, "Zhou Jie, what's going on?" Zhou Jie nodded slightly. Then, he told Ding Juanfeng everything that had happened, starting from the moment he came back from the hospital. After listening to Zhou Jie's narration, Ding Juanfeng's brows furrowed like fried dough twists. He looked down at the ground and said, "Could it be Yao Tianlong again? That's too much. He wants to kill my daughter again." Ding Juanfeng said this, but in fact, he was also very confused. Before Zhou Jie came, although Ding Xiaoyu had been kidnapped, he had never tried to kill her. But after Zhou Jie came, she was suddenly attacked twice. Could it be that Zhou Jie's appearance was the fate of him and Ding Xiaoyu? Zhou Jie appeared at this time to save Ding Xiaoyu? Ahem. Ding Junfeng soon realized that he had thought too much. He immediately stopped thinking and couldn't help but say, "Zhou Jie, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, my Mingzhu would have been." Before Ding Junfeng could finish his words, Ding Xiaoyu couldn't help but interrupt. "Dad, Zhou Jie threw me into the trash can." Ding Junfeng, "Xiaoyu, don't make trouble. Zhou Jie did it to ensure your safety." Ding Junfeng defended Zhou Jie after a second of embarrassment. Seeing this, Zhou Jie also said at this time, "It was my fault to put Miss in the trash can. But at that time, I didn't know the deployment of the enemy, so I was not 100% sure that I could take Miss to safety, so I did it." Hearing this, Ding Junfeng hurriedly said to Ding Xiaoyu, "You see, Zhou Jie did it for your safety. Just forgive him this time." Ding Xiaoyu heard this. Although she understood the reason, she didn't know why she didn't want to forgive Zhou Jie so easily. So she made up her mind and pushed Ding Junfeng away, saying, "Humph, you're all bullying me." Then she turned around and ran out, muttering to herself, "Stinky, stinky." Seeing Ding Xiaoyu leave like this, Ding Junfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly and say to Zhou Jie, "This child is childish. Zhou Jie, you have to be more tolerant. If you can you go and coax her?" Zhou Jie was stunned when he heard this. "You want me to coax Ding Xiaoyu?" The question is, what do you mean by coax? However, Zhou Jie had never asked this kind of question, so after a short hesitation, he nodded and said, "Okay." In the Silver System, after a long-distance space jump, a B-class spaceship appeared in space less than a few million kilometers away from the Sun. P.S. The spaceship's level is the opposite of its strength level. From low to high, it is A-class, B-class, C-class, D-class, E-class, F-class, G-class. In this B-class spaceship, there was only a young man with long black hair wearing a black combat suit. The black combat suit he wore was roughly the same as Zhou Jie's, and they both had the logo of the Imperial Exterminator in a secret place, which meant that this young man with long hair was an assassin. But for an assassin, long hair was often a taboo because it would greatly affect a mission, unless this assassin almost didn't need to take part in a mission, and even if he participated in a mission, he had absolute confidence in it. "This is Moto. Report your location." At some point, the young man in the spaceship spoke into the communication channel connected to the screen. Chapter 13. After Zhou Jie left Ding Junfeng's office, he went to Ding Xiaoyu's room. Just as he turned into the corridor, he saw Ding Xiaoyu entering the room with his fingerprint. Zhou Jie walked to the electronic door and clicked on the visit button on the screen. Soon, the doorbell rang, indicating that he was about to enter. Not long after Ding Xiaoyu entered the door, he heard the doorbell behind him. When he saw Zhou Jie on the screen, he couldn't help but feel angry for no reason. He didn't immediately open the door. Fan Xiat just happened to come over to greet Ding Xiaoyu. When he saw that it was Zhou Jie who was about to enter the door, he immediately ran over to open the door excitedly. Ding Xiaoyu couldn't help but bite his lips again. He looked helpless. Then, he simply ignored it and walked straight into the bathroom. When Zhou Jie entered the door, he happened to see Ding Xiaoyu enter the bathroom. So he asked Fan Xiat, "Is Miss okay?" Fan Xiat still didn't know what happened to Ding Xiaoyu. So, he was a little confused. He thought for a while and said, "She seems fine. What happened?" Zhou Jie didn't explain. Instead, he said, "It's nothing. The chairman asked me to coax Mississippi." When Zhou Jie said that, Fan Xiat's expression changed drastically. His mouth was so wide open that a pear could be stuffed into it. "What did you say? The chairman asked you to coax Miss? You know how to coax people?" After a short period of shock, Fan Xiat couldn't help but ask in disbelief. In response, Zhou Jie still replied indifferently, "You can learn if you don't know how to. Do you know how to coax people?" I think it's better for me to say that I don't know." Fan Xiat replied with a helpless expression. Seeing Zhou Jie's confused expression, Fan Shiat quickly said, "Because if you know how to coax people, I think my worldview will collapse. You're not suitable for coaxing people at all. That's what a nice guy does." Nice guy? Zhou Jie was stunned. He couldn't help but repeat this word. Yes, someone like you is suitable for being domineering and cold. If your girlfriend is mad at you, you could just press her against the wall and force a kiss on her, Fan Shiat said. He seemed to be inexplicably excited. Hearing this, Zhou Jie was stunned again. He then said, "But I don't have a girlfriend, and I'm asking you how to coax Mississippi." Zhou Jie's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Fan Shiat's head. Fan Shiat immediately stopped his imagination. He shrugged and said, "Then I have no choice. Anyway, you can't coax Mississippi. If you want to coax me, I can think about it." Seeing this, Zhou Jie didn't know what Fan Shiat was talking about. He shook his head slightly, walked to the table, and sat down. He planned to wait for Ding Xiaoyu to come out. Fan Shiat felt bored. After thinking about it, she plucked up her courage and sat down on the stool next to Zhou Jie. Then, with a shy look, she asked Zhou Jie, "Zhou Jie, do you lack a girlfriend?" As an assassin, Zhou Jie knew very little about girlfriends. Not to mention now that he had lost his memory, he didn't know much about this concept. He only knew that from the title, it should be a special relationship between a man and a woman. They were probably very good friends. So Zhou Jie thought about it and replied, "I said I don't have a girlfriend. What do you want?" When Fan Shiat heard Zhou Jie's rhetorical question, she almost vomited blood. She thought to herself, "You're really a weirdo. My meaning is so obvious, and you still ask me what I want." But thinking about how she had been single for 18 years and rarely had contact with other men, and that Zhou Jie was her type, Fan Shiat held it in. She continued to ask with a smile, "Well, then can I be your girlfriend?" Zhou Jie hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to answer, he heard Ding Xiaoyu's voice from the bathroom. "Xiao Pan, help me get the underwear at the bedside." "Okay, miss," Fan Shiat responded. Then, she excitedly waited for Zhou Jie's answer. "Sure," Zhou Jie replied at this time. Fan Shiat excitedly jumped up from the stool and shouted, "That's great." Then, she quickly leaned over and planned to kiss Zhou Jie on the cheek. But Zhou Jie didn't know what was going on. At the last moment, he used 2 fingers to clamp Fan Shiat's pouted lips. "Fan Shiat, Zhou Jie, what are you doing?" Fan Shiat instantly felt like she was going to faint. Her first kiss was actually clamped between 2 fingers. Sob, sob, sob. But considering that Zhou Jie had lost his memory, Fan Shiat chose to control herself. After taking back her lips from Zhou Jie's hand, she said with a sulky face, "Forget it. I'll go get the Miss clothes first. I'll talk to you about the kiss later." The kiss. When Zhou Jie heard this, he suddenly had a bad feeling. The situation just now? After a while, Fan Shiat brought a set of pink underwear into the bathroom. After about 2 minutes, she walked out with a strange look on her face. Zhou Jie saw this and was also confused. He asked what's wrong. When Fan Shiat heard Zhou Jie's question, she couldn't help but laugh. Then, she said, "You put the Miss clothes in the trash can. I really admire you." Zhou Jie, seeing that Zhou Jie was a little embarrassed, Fan Shiat couldn't help but laugh mischievously. She said to Zhou Jie, "Forget it. Let's first understand what a boyfriend and girlfriend should do." Hearing this, Zhou Jie looked confused again. However, just as Fan Shiat was about to get to the point, Ding Xiaoyu, who was wearing a white silk bathrobe and sandals, walked out of the bathroom. What did I just hear? A boyfriend and girlfriend? When Ding Xiaoyu saw Zhou Jie, she felt an inexplicable anger in her heart. However, regarding the topic that Fan Shiat had just mentioned, she was unusually sensitive and asked. When Fan Shiat heard this, she quickly turned her head with an excited expression and said to Ding Xiaoyu, "Miss, Zhou Jie agreed to be my boyfriend. I was just about to tell him what a boyfriend and girlfriend should do." "What?" When Ding Xiaoyu heard this, she was shocked. Then she stared at Zhou Jie with her beautiful eyes and asked in a questioning manner, "Zhou Jie, what's going on? Do you like Xiao Pan?" When Zhou Jie heard this, he was stunned. Then He answered honestly. Xiao Pan asked me if she could be my girlfriend. I said yes, but I don't know what this has to do with liking someone. When Ding Xiaoyu heard this, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Then, when she saw Fan Xiat's awkward expression, she suddenly put on a smile and asked Zhou Jie. Then, Zhou Jie, how about I be your girlfriend? When Zhou Jie heard this, he felt a headache coming on. It seemed like this boyfriend and girlfriend relationship wasn't what he had imagined. If Mrs. Willing, of course, you could be my girlfriend. In the end, Zhou Jie still did not understand the situation and answered according to his own thoughts. Seeing this, Ding Xiaoyu suddenly looked like she was deflated. She suddenly said, "Scumbag." Then, she turned around and stormed into the bedroom. Zhou Jie could not help but look at Fan Xiat with a puzzled expression. Fan Xiat immediately squeezed out a smile in embarrassment and said, "Forget it, Zhou Jie. I'll tell you what a girlfriend means. Then you can consider being my boyfriend, okay?" Zhou Jie was speechless, but he still said calmly, "Go ahead." On the top floor of the Sun Cover Assassin Organization's castle. Senior Pros, I'll have to trouble you again this time. Moto stood in front of Pros's table and bowed slightly. Haha, I'm only doing what I can to comply with the headquarters request. The question is, do you really only want these two people? Pros tapped the table with his right finger as he tilted his head and leaned on his left hand. Yes, but as the bait for this operation, these two people might not be able to return. I hope you can forgive them, Senior. Moto said as he bowed again. It's fine. They're just two little guys with serene combat power. As an assassin, you have to be prepared for death at any time. Pros said calmly. You're right, Senior. Then I'll take my leave. Moto said with a smile. I won't see you out. Pros said directly. He maintained his posture and did not change at all. After walking out of the Hidden Sun Assassin Organization's castle, Pa Sam and the other three appeared in front of Moto and bowed respectfully. Sir, prepare to act according to plan. Moto said immediately, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Remember, I want to kill Zhou Jie with my own hands. Yes. Chapter 14. When Zhou Jie understood what boyfriend and girlfriend meant, he couldn't help but facepalm. All right, I won't consider having a girlfriend for the time being. Why? Fan Xiat saw that Zhou Jie had spoken so decisively just after she finished explaining, so she couldn't help but ask. Because I don't like you, Zhou Jie calmly said to Fan Xiat. Hearing this, Fan Xiat instantly withered, but after a few seconds of sadness, she asked Zhou Jie, Then what type of girl do you like? Don't you like cute girls like me? Or do you like girls like Miss, who have a good figure, good looks, and it's Sundara? Zhou Jie suddenly felt a headache coming on. He would rather fight with 100 enemies than listen to the woman in front of him ask him any more questions. Hence, Zhou Jie shook his head, stood up and said, Sorry, I didn't think about it. Is there anything to eat in the fridge? Fan Xiat was speechless. She thought to herself, Zhou Jie, how can you change the topic so calmly? However, Fan Xiat thought about it again and laughed happily. All right, so you didn't like Miss, who is so pretty. Then I still have a chance. The fridge is full of cold food. Zhou Jie, what do you want to eat? I can make it for you. Fan Xiat stood up and said with a cute look. Zhou Jie didn't appreciate it and said directly, No need, bread is fine. Cold bread is bad for the stomach. I'll make toast for you. Fan Xiat said without giving up. No need. Zhou Jie still refused. How about sausage and pineapple buns? No need. Red bean barley bread? No need. Then chicken rolls will do. Zhou Jie really couldn't stand staying with Fan Xiat. He took some food from the fridge and left Ding Xiaoyu's room. After finishing the bread and milk in the room, Zhou Jie still felt a little hungry. It was a kind of hunger caused by the lack of energy in the body. After the recent battle and escaping with Ding Xiaoyu in his arms, he felt that the energy in his body could not keep up with the recovery. Zhou Jie pondered for a moment. He remembered that he had also felt a huge consumption when he received the pulse bullet. It was only because he had eaten a buffet and quickly made up for it that he did not feel as hungry as he did now. However, The consumption this time was obviously much greater than last time. It was normal for him to feel that his energy supply was insufficient. However, although Zhou Jie had lost his memory, he was not an idiot. He quickly thought of something. If he had consumed so much energy in a single battle, it was obviously illogical that he could only rely on food to replenish his energy. Then, how did he recover his energy in the past? After thinking about it, Zhou Jie quickly remembered that when he received the pulse bullet, his body instinctively operated the energy in his body. It was a very strange feeling. However, before Zhou Jie lost his memory, his body had long been used to this feeling, so he did not pay much attention to it at that time. Even during the previous battle, he did not know why his physical strength was so terrifying, but he did not feel strange at all when he used it. After having a rough guess, Zhou Jie sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to consciously circulate the energy in his body. At this time, he realized that this energy could actively absorb external energy to replenish itself. As the energy continued to circulate, Zhou Jie felt that a place in his brain became clear. The energy in his body seemed to circulate regularly through this place in his mind. However, when Zhou Jie wanted to develop this place in his mind more deeply, he felt a burst of pain and discomfort. In an instant, he fell out of the state where he had just recovered his energy. Zhou Jie frowned. When he opened his eyes, he found that the hunger in his body had disappeared. Then he realized that the energy circulating in his body had entered his body and replenished his body's energy consumption. His body was still actively and slowly absorbing external energy to replenish itself. After thinking for a while, Zhou Jie looked up at the electronic clock on the wall. It showed that it was just past 12 o'clock. Zhou Jie thought for a while and decided that it would be better to cook something for himself. So he walked into the kitchen. At the same time, Fan Xiat was preparing lunch for Ding Xiaoyu. Before Zhou Jie left, Fan Xiat said that he did not need to make lunch for himself. So Fan Xiat only made lunch for 2 people. Ding Xiaoyu was sitting at the dining table, but she could not help but frown. She had just realized that her mobile phone was missing. Now that she thought about it, she must have dropped it in the taxi. Fortunately, she had a spare phone, so she was not too upset about it. Miss, stewed mushroom chicken noodles is here. At this time, Fan Xiat walked out of the kitchen with a wooden plate. There were 2 bowls of steaming hot noodles on the wooden plate. Oh, eating is more important. I lost my phone, and I have to go online to transfer my phone card number later. Ding Xiaoyu could not help but complain to Fan Xiat. She stood up and prepared to take her noodles. However, at this time, the electronic screen next to the door lit up and made a sound. Fan Xiat hurriedly put down the wooden plate, walked over, and clicked on the call request box on the screen. A middle-aged man's head suddenly appeared on the screen. However, Fan Xiat could see him, but he could not see Fan Xiat. Team Leader Chun, what's the matter? Fan Xiat recognized the man on the screen. He was the leader of the building's security team. Team Leader Chun recognized Fan Xiat's voice, so he said, Xiao Yi, someone just sent a phone over. He said that it was from Mississippi. I asked someone to send it up. Fan Xiat was stunned. Ding Xiaoyu, who was behind her, suddenly said in surprise, My phone? Someone actually sent it back to me? Quickly asked someone to send it up. Fan Xiat nodded, and then told Team Leader Chun to send someone to send the phone up. After that, Ding Xiaoyu and Fan Xiat ate for a while. The doorbell rang. The doorbell only rang inside the house, and basically could not be heard outside. Fan Xiat was about to open the door, but Ding Xiaoyu beat him to it and said, I'll do it. Fan Xiat knew that Ding Xiaoyu was in a hurry to get her phone, so she sat back down. Ding Xiaoyu opened the door and saw a young man in a security uniform, holding her phone in his hand. She was overjoyed and said to the man, Thank you. The young man saw Fan Xiat through the half-open door that Ding Xiaoyu had opened. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said, You're welcome, miss. Ding Xiaoyu was about to take her phone, but the young man suddenly chopped the back of her neck with his hand, and Ding Xiaoyu immediately fainted. Fan Xiat heard the sound and turned around. She was shocked when she saw what had happened. Just as she was about to shout, the young man rushed in front of her and chopped her to the ground with his hand. Since 002 is not here, it's too easy, Verbius, who had disguised herself, said. She turned around and picked up the unconscious Ding Xiaoyu on the ground and quickly left the scene. About 10 seconds later, a piece of tempered glass on the 11th floor of the Tianqing Technology building shattered, and Verbius jumped down from the 11th floor with Ding Xiaoyu in her arms. Falling freely from a height of more than 50 meters, Verbius, who was a mid-level rank C, was not able to escape from serious injuries, let alone carrying a person. Therefore, after falling for 20 meters, Verbius opened the low-altitude speed parachute that she had prepared beforehand to cushion her fall and landed on the ground. As a well-planned kidnapping, Verbius knew every step very well. After taking off her unnecessary clothes and equipment, she carried Ding Xiaoyu and ran toward a wall in the Tianqing Technology Park. She jumped over the wall and saw a car waiting for her. After Verbius got into the car drove away. Zhou Jie was preparing lunch in the kitchen when he vaguely heard the sound of something shattering. After a brief moment of hesitation, he reacted quickly. He left his room as quickly as he could and ran toward the source of the sound. When Zhou Jie saw a big hole in the tempered glass at the end of the corridor on the left side, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, Zhou Jie rushed to the broken glass and looked down through the big hole. He happened to see Verbius running over the wall with Ding Xiaoyu in her arms and getting into a car. However, the height of the 11th floor was also difficult for Zhou Jie. Even though he was confident that he would not be seriously injured when he landed, he knew that he would not be able to catch up with the car. Once the car started, it accelerated more than 100 miles per hour and disappeared around a corner in the distance. Chapter 15. Facing such a situation, although Zhou Jie was burning with anger, he still did not appear to be angry. Instead, he went to Ding Xiaoyu's room with a cold face. Zhou Jie tried to knock on the door. As he expected, there was no response. It was too troublesome to break into the room, and it was even more troublesome to repair the damaged electronic door. Therefore, Zhou Jie patiently took out his mobile phone and called Ding Junfeng to briefly explain the situation. When Ding Junfeng learned that Ding Xiaoyu had been kidnapped, he was also shocked and angry. Soon, he rushed over with Wang Long. "What's going on, Zhou Jie?" Ding Junfeng saw Zhou Jie and hurried over to ask. "Chairman, let's open the door first. There may be clues left in the room," Zhou Jie said. "Okay," Ding Junfeng quickly responded. Then he turned on the security scan mode of the electronic door system. "Wait a minute. The system is scanning the room for dangerous items." Ding Junfeng gestured to Zhou Jie to calm down. "Okay," Zhou Jie nodded in response, although he was actually much calmer than Ding Junfeng. After about half a minute, Ding Junfeng said, "Okay," and then opened the electronic door with the facial recognition system. After the door opened, the three of them waited for a few seconds at the door. After confirming that there was no danger, Zhou Jie took the lead and entered. Before Zhou Jie entered the room, he saw Fan Xiat lying on the ground. He immediately rushed to her side. He first checked her breathing, then checked her neck. Someone knocked her out with a karate chop. Fortunately, it was not fatal. Zhou Jie looked up at Ding Junfeng and said. At this time, Wang Long had already started to check around. At the same time, Zhou Jie pinched Fan Xiat's bruised neck. Then, he pressed Fan Xiat's Higu acupoint with his finger. Fan Xiat suddenly woke up. Seeing this, Ding Junfeng was a little surprised. He asked cautiously, "Zhou Jie, how do you know how to press acupoints? Didn't you lose your memory?" Zhou Jie was stunned. Then, he looked up at Ding Junfeng and said, "I don't know, it seems to be an instinctive reaction." When Zhou Jie said this, Ding Junfeng didn't know what to say. All kinds of methods that ordinary people couldn't achieve had become instinctive reactions for Zhou Jie. If Zhou Jie recovered his memory, how powerful would he be? Ding Junfeng didn't dare to think about it. Fan Xiat woke up. When she heard the conversation between Ding Junfeng and Zhou Jie, she was stunned at first. When she looked around and didn't see Ding Xiaoyu, She immediately grabbed Zhou Jie's clothes in fear and said, "Zhou Jie, Miss was taken away by bad guys." Then, Fan Xiat said to Ding Junfeng in the same hurry, "Uncle Ding, Miss was taken away by bad guys." "I already know. Calm down and tell us what happened in detail." Zhou Jie quickly calmed Fan Xiat down and said at the same time, "Yes, what happened?" Ding Junfeng also asked anxiously. So, Fan Xiat told Zhou Jie and the other two about what had just happened. After Fan Xiat finished, Zhou Jie added how he found out that Ding Xiaoyu had been taken away. But in the end, he found that it was useless to clarify the situation. "I'll go check the room again," Wang Long said at this time, as he couldn't think of a solution. He planned to look for other possible clues. "Go," Ding Junfeng said weakly. He shook his head and sighed, and inexplicably sat down at the table. "What should we do?" Miss Shi. Fan Xiat saw that everyone was helpless and thought that Ding Xiaoyu might encounter some terrible things after being taken away. He couldn't help but feel scared. Zhou Jie still had a cold face, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. But his eyes showed that he was extremely angry at this moment. Although Ding Xiaoyu and he were only in an employer-employee relationship, Ding Xiaoyu was also his savior. Zhou Jie was extremely angry that he couldn't protect her. "Chairman, this time they didn't directly kill Miss, but kidnapped her. I'm afraid they have other plans. This is far from over. I will definitely save Miss." After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Jie suddenly vowed, "How are you going to save her? It's not easy to just find her. I plan to ask the armed forces of Rongxin City to help find her." Ding Junfeng's face also became cold. However, at this time, Zhou Jie's cell phone rang. Zhou Jie immediately took out his cell phone. Ding Junfeng and Fan Xiat suddenly focused their attention on him. Zhou Jie answered the phone, and a hoarse voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. "Zhou Jie, you're quite capable. You hurt so many of my men. This time I'll give you a chance. Come to Guanhai residential area alone. Ding Xiaoyu is here. Get there within 2 hours. You're not allowed to bring anyone else. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance to save Miss." At this time, Wang Long just came out of Ding Xiaoyu's bedroom. When he heard the voice of his cell phone, he couldn't help but clench his fist and say angrily, "D***. Now, it's not just Mississippi. Even Zhou Jie has become Yao Qianlong's target." Ding Junfeng raised his hand and wanted to take Zhou Jie's cell phone to say a few words to the other party. However, the other party didn't even give him a chance and directly hung up. This is strange. If it was Yao Tianlong, he would have Yu Xiaoyu to threaten me to hand over the research results of the biochemical soldier gene medicine. However, he only asked Zhou Jie to save my daughter. This is really strange. Ding Junfeng saw that the call had been hung up and was slightly surprised. Zhou Jie then said without changing his expression, "Perhaps they want to kill me first, then use Miss to threaten the chairman. However, they probably don't know my true strength yet. In that case, let me save Miss alone." When Ding Junfeng heard this and was about to say something, Wang Long walked over and said, "Chairman, Zhou Jie, you're not as good as I am in this matter. Let me analyze the situation for you first, then we can make a decision." Hearing Wang Long's words, Ding Junfeng immediately nodded in agreement. This was because he knew Wang Long's situation. Before becoming his bodyguard, he had worked in many industries, such as being a super special forces soldier. He had also dealt with many underworld forces and was very familiar with the situation in Rongxin City. First of all, it's about the residential area of Guanhai City. It's close to the edge of Rongxin City. Due to the traffic problems in the area, it's said that it's going to be developed in the past few years, but there hasn't been any movement so far. Most of the people there have moved away, and it's become the warehouse of many freight companies. The terrain there can be seen at a glance from a high place. Yao Tianlong's choice of that place is naturally indisputable. However, Yao Tianlong is not someone who is easy to deal with. Although we can't surround that place openly, we have to do so in a hidden way. Listen to my plan. In the next 2 minutes, Wang Long made a flawless plan to rescue Ding Xiaoyu. Even the meticulous Zhou Jie was not stingy with his praise. After everyone finished their discussion, Wang Long looked up at the electronic clock and said to Zhou Jie, "There is still 1 hour and 52 minutes left. Zhou Jie, come with me. Hurry up and get ready. After that, we will have to trouble you to take the lead. You must save my daughter safely." Ding Junfeng also looked at Zhou Jie and said solemnly, "I will try my best." Zhou Jie nodded. Although his tone seemed very calm, Ding Junfeng and Wang Long knew that this was Zhou Jie's solemn promise. At 1:22 in the afternoon, Zhou Jie drove out of the underground parking lot of Tianqing Technology Building. He drove at a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour. At 1:36, Zhou Jie's car stopped at a roadside on Guanhai Road. This was because Guanhai residential area was not far ahead. "Oh, okay. Sorry for the trouble." Wang Long hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he continued to drive and chase after Zhou Jie. The reason why Wang Long was calling at this time was mainly because Zhou Jie had been speeding all the way. Although his driving skills were incredible and there were no accidents, such a situation was still discovered by the traffic police, and they were ready to take action. Wang Long, who was following behind Zhou Jie, considered that Zhou Jie was driving without a license. Therefore, he had no choice but to call the relevant departments and use his influence in the military to help Zhou Jie settle this trouble. Chapter 16. The residential area in Guanhai was not very big, and Zhou Jie had already checked out the situation here in advance. Most of the residential areas were residential, and the areas near the north were mostly warehouses. Zhou Jie knew that the other party would definitely be waiting for him there. So, as soon as he entered the residential area, he headed straight north. At this moment, Zhou Jie was fully armed. Not only was he wearing a combat suit under his casual clothes, he was also wearing a lightweight bulletproof helmet. The helmet was mainly used to defend against sniper rifle bullets. Last time, Zhou Jie had caught a pulse bullet when he was not on guard. The pulse bullet was not fast, and Zhou Jie's mental sensing range was about 150 meters, so his instantaneous reaction time was about 0.1 seconds. That was how he miraculously managed to block the pulse bullet. But for a normal sniper rifle, the bullet speed could reach up to 2,000 meters per second. Even if Zhou Jie could catch the bullet with his bare hands, the bullet speed was so fast that Zhou Jie would not be able to intercept it if he was not on guard. It was to avoid being shot in the head by a sniper rifle that Zhou Jie had to wear this special helmet. Zhou Jie walked along the main road of the residential area until he reached the warehouse area. The houses on both sides began to look more dilapidated. The cement road under his feet was cracked due to the ruts, indicating that heavy trucks often went in and out of this area. When Zhou Jie reached this area, he naturally became more cautious. As he walked forward, he kept turning his head to look up and down on both sides. Because of this, Zhou Jie quickly discovered that there were people hiding in the windows of several warehouses or abandoned buildings. However, Zhou Jie did not care about this inevitable situation at all. He continued to walk forward cautiously at a steady pace. Zhou Jie did not choose to take the initiative to attack at this moment, mainly because he still did not know where Ding Xiaoyu was trapped. Of course, it was also possible that he was not here at all, but Zhou Jie had to first assume that Ding Xiaoyu was trapped somewhere here. Even though he had memorized the terrain and the situation of the houses before coming here, Zhou Jie still needed to further determine where Ding Xiaoyu might be trapped based on the enemy's information. Zhou Jie continued to walk for about 10 meters, and suddenly there was a soft gunshot. However, Zhou Jie had already sensed the position of the shooter and reacted first. When the gunshot reached Zhou Jie had already moved sideways for some distance. The pistol bullet hit the concrete ground next to Zhou Jie and ricocheted off to the side with sparks. The first shot that was fired at Zhou Jie was like a fuse that triggered a series of gunshots. Of course, they were all silenced. Although Zhou Jie quickly dodged, he could not completely avoid the dense rain of bullets. A few bullets hit his body, However, Zhou Jie, who had been shot consecutively, only frowned. His movements were not affected much. He rolled on the ground and rolled into the door of an old building on his right. Zhou Jie did not bleed when he was shot. This was naturally because of the combat suit he was wearing. Although it looked thin, its weight of dozens of kilograms was enough to show that its material was extraordinary. Its bulletproof performance was several times that of ordinary bulletproof vests. Not only could it not be penetrated by ordinary sniper rifle bullets, but it could also resist energy shock waves like pulse bullets and reduce the vibration. In addition, Zhou Jie's body was extremely tough, comparable to iron and stone. Therefore, to Zhou Jie, being shot was like a soldier being shot by a toy air gun. Zhou Jie hid in the room, so the enemy naturally could not shoot at him. However, Zhou Jie did not intend to avoid being shot. He just needed to capture one of the enemy and ask Ding Xiaoyu's location. Therefore, Zhou Jie quickly went up to the second floor, then went through the second-floor balcony to a window in the next building. He smashed the glass with his palm and rushed in. There was a gunman on the third floor of the building. When he heard the sound of the window on the second floor shattering, he was immediately scared out of his wits. However, he had already been instructed by his superiors, so he did not despair. When Zhou Jie appeared in front of him, he still pretended to be panicked and fired wildly at Zhou Jie. Of course, after the gunman fired 3 shots, he found that the tip of his gun had been twisted to the side. The bullets from the second shot hit the wall on one side. Zhou Jie calmly maintained his gun position for a second, then asked, "Where is the girl?" I'll tell you, don't kill me." The gunman pretended to be extremely frightened and said, his whole body trembling nonstop, "Tell me, I won't kill you." Zhou Jie said directly, "There are 2 big warehouses in the innermost part of the building. The one on the left is on the top floor. The person you want to save is there." Seeing that Zhou Jie had agreed, the gunman immediately answered. Zhou Jie heard this and looked at the gunman deeply. The gunman felt a chill in his heart and quickly turned his head away. Zhou Jie did not say anything. He knocked the gunman unconscious with a karate chop, then quickly jumped out of the window on the second floor. After landing with a perfect roll, Zhou Jie rushed out like a cheetah. His speed was so fast that all the enemies in front of him were scared out of their wits and almost fell to the ground. With Zhou Jie's speed, he rushed to the bottom floor of the warehouse that the gunman had mentioned in less than 3 seconds. Moreover, Zhou Jie clearly sensed that there was indeed a life aura on the 5th floor of the warehouse building. Zhou Jie had lost his memory, and his spiritual domain had been damaged. Although the sensitivity of his senses had decreased a lot, he still had basic sensory abilities. He could detect any sudden changes in the air and movements within a radius of 150 meters. However, if it was just a stationary or slow-moving person, he would need to deliberately use his senses to detect it. Zhou Jie did not choose to enter because the warehouse building's balcony was extremely protruding. It was the kind of flat surface without fences, and the distance between the floors was less than 4 meters. Therefore, Zhou Jie directly jumped up to the first floor's balcony, then did the same thing and jumped up to the top floor in one breath. When he reached the 5th floor's balcony, he saw a room with only 3 walls. The walls were not even painted white. The wall directly facing Zhou Jie had a doorless opening. Zhou Jie could sense the life aura behind the wall and could not help but feel a little excited as he rushed through the opening and into the room further inside. When Ding Xiaoyu saw Zhou Jie, she was so excited that she wanted to shout. However, her mouth was taped shut and she could not speak. She could only make some muffled sounds. Zhou Jie quickly came in front of Ding Xiaoyu and tried to pull at the black rope that was tied to her body. However, he found that he could not break it easily. The rope was tied very tightly and directly into Ding Xiaoyu's body. Zhou Jie could not exert any strength. At that moment, the wall behind Zhou Jie suddenly exploded. The heavy machine gun's bullets had torn the wall apart, but did not collapse. When Ding Xiaoyu saw this, she was so shocked that she started to shake on the chair that she was tied to. However, Zhou Jie had already sensed that there was someone in the warehouse building opposite, so he did not panic. He immediately tore off the tape on Ding Xiaoyu's mouth and carried Ding Xiaoyu, along with the chair, and rushed to the entrance of the stairs. However, there was an iron door at the entrance of the stairs. When Zhou Jie kicked it, although the iron door was badly dented, it did not open as Zhou Jie had expected. Instead, there was some noise behind the door. Obviously, there were a lot of things piled up behind the door. They sealed the door, Ding Xiaoyu said when she saw this. Obviously, she was awake when the door was sealed. Dong, 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 dong. Another series of machine gun bullets rained down. The wall behind Zhou Jie was finally unable to withstand the damage and collapsed to the ground. When Ding Xiaoyu saw this, she could not help but widen her beautiful eyes. She looked extremely scared and said in horror, "Zhou Jie, what should I do? I don't want to die." When Zhou Jie heard this, he gulped. Then, with a cold expression, he put down Ding Xiaoyu, who was tied to the chair near the wall. Then, he leaned over slightly and said to her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Wait for me." After Zhou Jie said this, he disappeared in front of Ding Xiaoyu, as if he had teleported. Ding Xiaoyu suddenly fell into a daze. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." This sentence was like a curse, deeply imprinted in Ding Xiaoyu's heart at this moment. An inexplicable feeling of relief came over her, and Ding Xiaoyu suddenly found that she was not so scared anymore. Dong, dong, dong. The machine gun fired again, and this time it was horizontal from left to right, gradually approaching the wall that Ding Xiaoyu was leaning against. "Zhou Jie!" Ding Xiaoyu closed her eyes and shouted. At this moment, she needed the owner of this name more than ever. Chapter 17. Ding Xiaoyu was on the top floor of the building opposite the warehouse. It was also 5 stories high, and the structure of the building was exactly the same. The only difference was that there was a hole in the middle of the wall where the entrance to the top floor was located about 1 meter above the ground. The head of the heavy machine gun was sticking out from the hole. Verbius was excitedly firing the machine gun. It was not at all worried that Zhou Jie would come from the opposite side. In fact, Verbius had already sensed Zhou Jie's movement. Although he was fast, jumping from the opposite building to the floor he was on would inevitably cause him to pause in the air. Due to his fast speed, the pause was extremely short. Verbius seized the opportunity and instantly shifted the muzzle of the machine gun toward Zhou Jie's approximate location. A series of wide-range shots were fired at a speed of more than 1,000 meters per second. Even Zhou Jie would not be able to dodge the bullets. However, since Zhou Jie dared to rush in like this, he naturally had his own preparations. Unknowingly, Zhou Jie had opened up an object that looked like a transparent umbrella. The umbrella was so large that it almost covered Zhou Jie's entire body. The machine gun bullets frantically swept the surface of the umbrella. However, they could not penetrate the seemingly thin surface of the umbrella. Instead, they were deflected to the side. However, the huge impact of the bullets was unavoidable. Although Zhou Jie's momentum was also very strong, it was still reduced halfway. He began to fall more than 1 meter away from the balcony of the opposite building. Zhou Jie was quick-witted. He twisted his body forcefully in the air, and with the help of the umbrella's surface in the air, he moved horizontally for a distance and landed on the floor below Verbius, which was the 4th floor. Then, Zhou Jie did not stop moving. He got up and went to the edge of the balcony. He jumped up and grabbed the edge of the balcony on the 5th floor. He flipped over and landed on the edge of the balcony on the 5th floor. This position happened to be at an angle where it was difficult for the machine gun to fire at him. As soon as Zhou Jie reached the 5th floor, he launched an attack and dove into the doorway. Verbius reacted quickly as well. The moment Zhou Jie reached the balcony of the 5th floor, he abandoned his machine gun and retreated to a corner. However, just as Zhou Jie was about to go forward and finish off Verbius, he suddenly sensed 4 auras from a room further inside. However, Zhou Jie was not affected. He still attacked Verbius at lightning speed. Verbius' expression changed drastically when he saw Zhou Jie's punch. He tried to dodge, but before he could react, Zhou Jie's punch landed on the bridge of his nose and the back of his head smashed into the wall. He fell to the ground in a daze. Pa Sam and the other three came out of the room and saw that Zhou Jie had punched Verbius in the face. They stopped in their tracks. Just now, they wanted to stop Zhou Jie, but now that Verbius was knocked out, they did not care anymore. After knocking out Verbius, Zhou Jie did not continue to attack. He quickly turned to face Pa Sam and the other three. His expression was very serious. Zhou Jie, I heard that you lost your memory. The four of them did not rush to attack. One of them, the red-haired man, Keen, asked. Zhou Jie frowned. He was puzzled. Keen and the other three saw this and immediately confirmed the fact that Zhou Jie had lost his memory. If Zhou Jie had not lost his memory, he would not be facing them like this. Pazum, Parkinson, Keen, and Luca glanced at each other and then slowly stood apart, occupying half of the room that was less than 20 square meters. Pa Sam then said coldly, Since you have lost your memory, we will tell you that you are a traitor of our organization. Today, you will be executed. Zhou Jie did not say anything. He was still vigilantly observing the four people opposite him. At the same time, he was thinking about his next battle plan. Because the space here was too small, if the four people opposite him were not so much weaker than him, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Therefore, he was thinking about how to move to a bigger battlefield. At the same time, Zhou Jie was more or less worried about Ding Xiaoyu. The reason why the other party did not directly threaten him with Ding Xiaoyu was because they were afraid that he would escape when the situation turned bad. Therefore, they set such a trap for him. Under such circumstances, Ding Xiaoyu should not be taken seriously by the other party at the moment. However, it would not be long before someone came to take her away. Therefore, Zhou Jie needed to end this quickly. Swish! Seeing that Zhou Jie did not move, Parkinson was the first to rush up. He raised his leg and kicked the side of Zhou Jie's knee. Zhou Jie dodged, but Pa Sam followed up in time and punched at the position where Zhou Jie dodged sideways. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. In actual combat, unless the opponent was a real master or there was a great disparity in strength and speed, it was difficult for a martial artist to fight against 2 people alone, especially when the opponent cooperated well. Zhou Jie's skill was really good. While dodging sideways, he did not forget to shift his center of gravity and move his right arm backward. Then, he used his left arm to block Passam's punch. At this time, Zhou Jie was close to the corner of the wall. Passam's follow-up made Parkinson have no space to follow up. Zhou Jie and Pa Sam fought alone. Both of them attacked like thunder. Every punch and palm was like a gust of wind. The floor under their feet shook violently, as if it was going to collapse at any time. The scene of this fight was really like a duel between masters of internal strength in wuxia novels. In less than 10 seconds, the two of them had exchanged more than 50 moves. Under the use of their techniques, it was as if the speed of Wing Chun was accelerated by several times. In the end, Zhou Jie succeeded in suppressing Pa Sam. He took the opportunity to kick Passam's lower abdomen and sent him flying. Pa Sam was defeated in 10 seconds. The remaining 3 people were slightly shocked, although they all knew that Zhou Jie's strength might be 1 level higher than theirs, equivalent to 3 levels, such as low level A and low level B, or even higher, but that was when Zhou Jie did not lose his memory. Zhou Jie's strength would definitely be greatly reduced when his brain was damaged and he lost his memory. But at this moment, it seemed that even so, it was difficult for any one of them to be Zhou Jie's opponent. The gap between them was not ordinary, and defeating Pa Sam also gave Zhou Jie a rough estimate of the strength of the 4 people. He believed that as long as he was careful and was not besieged, there was nothing to be afraid of facing the 4 of them. Pa Sam crawled up while holding his lower abdomen. For a moment, he was still a little breathless because the strength of Zhou Jie's kick was really terrifying. Get him, Pa Sam said coldly, hoping that the other 3 would help him get back his face. Hearing this, Parkinson and Keen approached Zhou Jie from both sides, forming a triangle with Zhou Jie. They both took out a black blade, half the length of an arm from the calf side of the combat suit. Zhou Jie also took out a folding knife from the back of his belt almost at the same time. At the same time, he also took out the umbrella that could defend against machine guns in his left hand. The three of them confronted each other for 2 seconds. This time, Zhou Jie chose to take the initiative to attack. He slashed at Keen's wrist and opened the umbrella at the same time, blocking all of Parkinson's attack routes. Keen quickly changed his move to block Zhou Jie's folding knife. Dang. However, what Keen did not expect was that Zhou Jie's attack was ridiculously powerful. Zhou Jie's whole body pounced on him, taking advantage of the momentum to press forward. Obviously, he had planned to defeat the enemy with one attack from the beginning. Keen was caught off guard, and his scimitar was knocked away by Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie slashed at his chest, and the scimitar, made of special material, tore through Keen's combat suit under Zhou Jie's immense strength, causing blood to spurt everywhere. Keen immediately retreated, his mind in a mess. In the end, Lucas slashed at Zhou Jie midway and stopped Zhou Jie. This prevented Keen from being killed. However, Zhou Jie was like a ferocious tiger. The moment his folding knife touched Luca's curved knife, he chased after Luca like a maggot. Luca tried his best to block, but Zhou Jie's strength and speed were too terrifying. Luca had no choice but to retreat in less than 2 seconds. Then, Zhou Jie spun and turned the umbrella in the direction of Luca and the others. He stabbed at Parkinson, who was still in shock. Parkinson did not believe it either. He came up and fought with Zhou Jie, but in less than a second, he felt the huge gap between them and retreated. Zhou Jie took a big stride forward and chased after Parkinson. His saber power was like a rainbow, and he looked like he was going to kill Parkinson. Parkinson retreated to the corner of the wall and had nowhere to retreat. He had no choice but to use his saber technique and fight with Zhou Jie to the death. But at this moment, Zhou Jie sensed a terrifying, murderous aura erupting in an instant. Without thinking, he stopped the saber in his hand and kicked Parkinson to the wall. Then he stepped forward and grabbed Parkinson's right hand that was holding the saber and threw it behind him. Dong! With a loud noise, the wall behind Zhou Jie shattered, and the rubble hit Parkinson's body, burying him halfway. Behind the collapsed wall, Moto with long black hair appeared and said slowly, as expected of the number one genius in the organization in 100 years. Even if you lost your memory, you can't expect these 4 pieces of trash to take care of you. Chapter 18. Moto's appearance not only put Zhou Jie on high alert, but also made Pa Sam and the other 3 feel relieved. Although they were unhappy about being called trash, they did not dare to show it in front of Moto. They even had to shout at Moto, "Lord Moto!" Zhou Jie saw that Pa Sam and the other 3 were in awe of Moto, and he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Although Pa Sam and the other 3 were not worthy of being Zhou Jie's opponents, Zhou Jie had to admit that the 4 of them were very powerful. It was impossible for an ordinary underworld force to have 4 such powerful people. This made Zhou Jie wonder what the organization they were talking about was. And according to what they said, he was a traitor of this organization. Moto glanced at Pa Sam and the others, then said in a casual tone, "The 4 of you go outside and keep a lookout. I found a few suspicious little bugs. I alone am enough here." Pa Sam and the other 3 were stunned when they heard that, but after thinking about it, they felt that it was indeed as Moto said. He alone was enough here. Therefore, the 4 of them responded and jumped off the balcony one after another. None of them thought about Ding Xiaoyu. Zhou Jie secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Moto sneered and said, "Don't worry, if you can beat me, you can naturally save that beauty. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance at all, especially when you have lost your memory. I also want to have a fair fight with you, but the situation doesn't allow it. You must die today. Today you must die." When these words fell into Zhou Jie's ears, Zhou Jie's face couldn't help but turn gloomy to the extreme. The other party's killing intent was so naked that he was determined to kill Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie had no choice but to muster up 120% of his spirit in order to kill the other party. After Moto said this, seeing that Zhou Jie still refused to make the first move, he shook his head slightly, then stepped toward Zhou Jie. This step seemed slow, but it went straight for Zhou Jie's middle. Zhou Jie instantly turned slightly and punched at Moto's right chest. Moto's reaction speed was even faster than Zhou Jie's. He immediately struck downwards with a backhand, and his other hand cut toward Zhou Jie's waist as he approached from the side. Zhou Jie had to change his move to block. When the two hands collided, Zhou Jie felt like his hand had hit a slightly elastic steel plate, and the recoil hurt his arm. Moto took the opportunity to press forward and hit Zhou Jie's vital points with both hands. Zhou Jie had to take a step back. While stabilizing his lower body, he leaned forward slightly and rushed out with both hands like a praying mantis. Only then did he manage to withstand Moto's attack. The two of them exchanged hundreds of blows. In the end, Zhou Jie was the one who could not handle it, so he stepped back. Seeing this, Moto did not chase after him. Instead, he moved his wrists on the spot, looked at Zhou Jie, and said, "I heard that you have grade 8 combat power, but it seems that you're still far from it. It's a pity that you lost your memory." Moto's words were very obvious. He thought that the current Zhou Jie was not enough to be his opponent, and only someone with at least grade A combat power was worthy of being his opponent. At the same time, Moto's words sounded like he was looking down on Zhou Jie's current strength. At the same time, Ding Xiaoyu, who was on the 5th floor of the opposite building, was trying her best to stick her head out and observe the battle between Zhou Jie and Moto through the doorway on the side. However, she did not notice that on the wall behind her, a spider in a gray combat suit was clinging there, staring at Ding Xiaoyu and Zhou Jie with a pair of cold eyes. On the other side, Zhou Jie did not speak. Instead, he was ready to deal with Moto's attack at any time. Seeing this, Moto felt bored, so he stepped forward again and started fighting with Zhou Jie. Ding Xiaoyu tried her best to stick only half of her head out and watch the battle between Zhou Jie and Moto. Their attacks were so fast that she was dazzled. She could not see the situation at all. Just as Ding Xiaoyu was feeling a little impatient and worried that Zhou Jie would not be able to win, she suddenly heard the soft sound of an object falling to the ground behind her. Ding Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head hard and saw Spider walking toward her with a slight smile. She could not help but scream. Then, Spider stepped forward and pinched Ding Xiaoyu's chin, making her unable to speak or make too much noise. "Be a good girl and watch the show. Why are you making so much noise?" As Spider spoke, he pulled Ding Xiaoyu and the chair away from the corner and made her face the door. Now, not only could she see Zhou Jie and Moto's battle more easily, but Zhou Jie and Moto could also see her completely. In fact, Zhou Jie had already noticed Spider, who appeared later. But facing Moto, he could not divert his attention to Ding Xiaoyu at all. Therefore, if Spider did not move, he would just pretend that he did not exist. However, now that Spider came into contact with Ding Xiaoyu, it was inevitable that Zhou Jie became anxious. His movements slowed down slightly, and Moto immediately broke through his defense line and punched him in the chest. Moto's punch was so powerful that if it were an ordinary person, their internal organs would have been smashed into pieces, and their bones would have been broken. However, Zhou Jie still managed to neutralize most of the force the moment he was hit. Plus, his body was tough, so he only stopped breathing for a moment. He stepped back and hit the wall behind him with a loud bang. Seeing this, Moto still did not chase after him. Instead, he glanced at Spider coldly and signaled with his eyes. Then, he turned to Zhou Jie and said, "What's wrong? Even a woman can distract you? You really disappoint me. Next, use all your strength. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to save her, but you'll also have to prepare to die." The reason why Moto gave Zhou Jie chances time and time again was that Zhou Jie had offended him and fought him before. At that time, Zhou Jie's outburst of mental power even injured him. At that time, he wanted to get back at him, but because of the appearance of a big shot, he did not get what he wanted. After that, he had always wanted to have a good fight with Zhou Jie. It would be best if he could kill him with his own hands. Therefore, Moto also hoped that Zhou Jie could give him some pressure so that he would not feel like he was torturing Zhou Jie to death. If that happened, it would be a bit humiliating for him. Hearing this, Zhou Jie's expression became even colder. After 2 seconds of confrontation, Zhou Jie took the initiative to attack. He wanted to use the momentum of the impact to suppress Moto. Facing Zhou Jie's attack, Moto did not back down at all. He moved forward and fought Zhou Jie. However, this time, Zhou Jie seemed to have gone all out. The power he unleashed was extremely powerful. Between each move, the energy in his body was also sent out, causing the air to vibrate. Moto was slightly caught off guard and immediately fell to the ground. Zhou Jie changed his fists into claws and began to attack Moto's eyes, throat, temples, and other vital points. However, Moto's strength was still higher than Zhou Jie's at this moment. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately used his mental power. His perception and control of his body instantly soared, and his strength and speed increased. He easily blocked all of Zhou Jie's attacks. Moto still looked down on Zhou Jie's outburst, so he could not help but provoke Zhou Jie. "Is that all you've got?" Zhou Jie heard that and unleashed his power again. He closed in, blocked Moto's attack with his elastic arm, and chopped at the inside of Moto's right arm with a karate chop. Moto did not seem to expect Zhou Jie to really unleash his power again. Being careless, he was hit by this karate chop, and he instantly lost feeling in his right arm. Zhou Jie took the opportunity to hit Moto's chest with both fists. Originally, if it were someone with the same strength as Zhou Jie, they would be beaten until they could not fight back at all. However, Moto had not used his full strength yet. "Die!" Moto yelled coldly. He fully unleashed his mental domain, completely unleashing the talent ability brought by his mental power. "Huh!" Moto yelled, and his body expanded. His physical strength seemed to be fermenting. He puffed out his chest, and Zhou Jie's punch pushed Zhou Jie back. Zhou Jie's pupils immediately shrank. Before he could react, Moto's punch landed on the side of his waist, sending him flying and crashing into the wall. "Don't!" Zhou Jie landed after crashing into the wall, rolled, and got up. However, this time his mouth was full of blood, and as he opened his mouth, the blood flowed to the bottom of his mask. Chapter 19. Zhou Jie only felt a cramp on the side of his waist that was hit by Moto, and some of his internal organs even felt like they were being cut by knives. However, Zhou Jie gritted his teeth and quickly stood up again without making a sound. On the other side, Ding Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened when she saw Zhou Jie being sent flying. She struggled and wanted to shout, but her chin was pinched tightly by Spider, so she could not make too much noise. It was not until Zhou Jie stood up a few seconds later that she stopped struggling. While secretly heaving a sigh of relief, she felt that her heart was pounding violently. At this time, Spider leaned his head close to Ding Xiaoyu's left ear and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Little beauty, he may die miserably later. Don't cry. I can't stand women crying the most. Maybe I'll break your neck if my hand trembles. Hee hee." Hearing Spider say such words in her ear in a creepy voice, Ding Xiaoyu's heart suddenly turned cold again. She wanted to cry immediately, but when she thought of what Spider had just said, she just trembled and forced herself to calm down. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Jie did not turn his head to look at Ding Xiaoyu, even though the sound she made was extremely clear to Zhou Jie. Seeing Zhou Jie stand up again, Moto pounded his bulging chest with his fist and said to Zhou Jie in a rough voice, "Come on, explode like just now and knock me down." Zhou Jie looked at Moto coldly, but did not move. Seeing this, Moto finally rushed forward impatiently and threw a punch at Zhou Jie without any fancy moves. After transforming, Moto's speed and strength were much higher than Zhou Jie's. As a result, Zhou Jie could not even block such a direct punch. He could only barely dodge sideways and block it at the same time. However, as soon as Zhou Jie blocked Moto's punch, Moto's second punch landed heavily. This time, Zhou Jie could not even dodge completely. He could only raise his arm to block it. The next second, he stepped back violently, and part of his arm that was hit by the punch lost feeling. However, Moto did not give up. He kicked at Zhou Jie's waist. When Zhou Jie bent down, he subconsciously blocked with both hands. Suddenly, even his arms made a soft sound, and then he was smashed into the wall again. The entire building shook. After receiving this kick, Zhou Jie was in pain all over his body, and he lost feeling in many places temporarily. As his back slid down the wall, Zhou Jie had no choice but to kneel on one knee on the ground, his body twitching slightly. On the wall behind Zhou Jie, there was an obvious dent. A large number of cracks radiated in all directions with it as the center. The entire wall looked shaky and could collapse at any time. Ding Xiaoyu saw that Zhou Jie was instantly beaten to the point where he could not fight back at all. He even knelt on the ground. She felt like her heart was in her throat. An indescribable pain hit her head, making her eyes redden for some reason. She had the urge to cry. However, thinking of Spider's words, Ding Xiaoyu did not dare to cry. However, the more she did not dare to cry, the more she wanted to cry. The more she thought about it, the more her heart hurt. Zhou Jie. Ding Xiaoyu shouted in her heart, but she still could not make a sound. Tears were rolling in her eyes, but she still held back the humiliation and fear. Seeing that Zhou Jie was no match for him at all, Moto was very disappointed and angry. So he shook his head, looked at Zhou Jie, and said, "You've lost the right to fight me." Then, Moto stepped forward and was about to kick again to end Zhou Jie's life. However, the moment Moto was about to raise his foot, Zhou Jie's eyes lit up, as if he had come back to life from the dead. His hands swept across his waist like lightning, and then two cold lights shot at Moto. In an instant, Moto felt a strong sense of danger. He raised his foot and stomped down instantly. He swept out his hands and blocked the two flying daggers shot by Zhou Jie. However, Zhou Jie's flying daggers were made of extraordinary materials. Although Zhou Jie shot them with his hands injured, Moto blocked them with his bare hands. Despite the protection of the combat suit, the flying daggers still cut through the combat suit, and there was a bloody mark on each of his arms. Moto sensed that he was injured, so he immediately controlled the blood flow of the wound to prevent the flying daggers from being poisoned and causing fatal consequences. Unfortunately, Zhou Jie's flying daggers were not poisonous. Taking advantage of the moment when Moto was injured and slowed down, Zhou Jie had already gone berserk again. He shot all the flying daggers on his body at Moto at close range. Because Moto was afraid that the flying daggers were poisonous, he had no choice but to retreat quickly. He took out a short blade and blocked Zhou Jie's flying daggers one by one. However, Zhou Jie hesitated for a moment when he shot the last flying dagger. He wanted to kill the spider with the last flying dagger and then escape with Ding Xiaoyu. However, he immediately rejected this idea because in his current situation, he was not even confident that he could kill the spider with a flying dagger, let alone get rid of Moto's pursuit with Ding Xiaoyu. However, because of Zhou Jie's pause when he shot the last flying dagger, Moto, who was angered by the flying daggers, seized the opportunity and attacked Zhou Jie's hood in an instant. When Zhou Jie realized what was going on, he had already lost the opportunity to throw the flying daggers in his hand, so he did not use them again. He tried to dodge Moto's attack by leaning to the side. However, Moto's attack this time was filled with anger and did not give Zhou Jie any chance to dodge. In the end, the punch still caught up and hit the side of Zhou Jie's hood. Boom! In an instant, Zhou Jie's feet flew several meters away from the ground. If it were not for the remaining wall blocking him, Zhou Jie would have probably flown out of the balcony. Zhou Jie fell in front of the balcony. Because of a strong impact on his head, he saw stars for a moment, and his eyes rolled back unconsciously. If Zhou Jie was not wearing a bulletproof helmet, Moto's punch would have definitely killed Zhou Jie. However, because of the helmet, Zhou Jie did not die or pass out directly. After 2 seconds of dizziness, Zhou Jie's eyes rolled back, and he barely regained consciousness. However, Moto had already walked up to Zhou Jie, grabbed the collar of Zhou Jie's combat suit, and lifted him in front of him. Zhou Jie, Master Ra said that you might be able to replace him, but unfortunately, you don't have the potential to be the king of assassins at all. It's ridiculous that you still want to avenge your brother. You think you can kill Master Ross? I want to kill you not only to get back at you, but also to prove that I'm stronger than you. Only then will Master Ross value me. And you're just an impulsive idiot. Moto suddenly looked at Zhou Jie with a ferocious expression. At the same time, he raised Zhou Jie and smashed his back against the wall. Zhou Jie was hit again, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, dyeing the entire lower part of his helmet red. However, when Zhou Jie heard the name Ross, he suddenly seemed to be greatly stimulated. While his breathing quickened, he felt a sudden pain in the back of his head. A sense of urgency that all the blood in his body was gathering there made him feel extremely uncomfortable. But his mind was unprecedentedly clear. Boom! The next second, Zhou Jie felt a roar in his mind, and a large number of memories surged up like a tide. Zhou Jie, first of all, congratulations on obtaining the title of the #1 genius of the organization in 100 years. You'll be recruited into the top elite assassin group soon. But before that, there's a test mission that I've fought for you. Ross, one day, I'll kill you with my own hands. TSK, young man, why are you so serious and impulsive? I hope that day will come, but I'm afraid that I'll die before you reach that level. What's this? A ring? A ring that my mental power can't sense? I know, you're a good person. I won't kill you. Run away from here. Zhou Jie, you betrayed the organization. Zhou Jie, what are you trying to do? There's a reason for killing. Wah. When Ding Xiaoyu saw Zhou Jie being pinned against the wall by Moto without any resistance, she knew that Zhou Jie was powerless. She and Zhou Jie were going to die soon. She finally could not help but cry. Little beauty, it looks like your neck is going to be broken. The moment Ding Xiaoyu started crying, Spider immediately whispered a threat into her ear. However, the smile on his face was unbridled. Chapter 20. Zhou Jie, in the end, I'll happily send you off. After Moto said this, his right hand was still holding the collar of Zhou Jie's combat suit, and the dagger had already appeared in his left hand. However, just a second before Moto was about to end Zhou Jie's life, Zhou Jie, who was originally in pain and struggling, suddenly calmed down and opened his eyes. His eyes were clear and cold. Boom! Psychic talent activated. Soul Blast. The moment Zhou Jie opened his eyes, Moto felt extreme danger. But after that, before he could react at all, his mind was in a mess, and everything in front of him turned blank. Although this blank time was very short, when Moto regained consciousness, he found that the dagger he stabbed out with his left hand was grabbed by Zhou Jie. Then he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and a terrible sense of exhaustion swept over his body. His vision began to turn dark. Plop. Moto knelt on the ground and looked forward blankly. At the back of his head, a flying dagger had almost completely sunk into it, and thick blood was gurgling out. On the other side, Spider opened his mouth wide and looked at the flying dagger behind Moto's head. His pupils began to dilate because at this moment, a flying dagger was also inserted into his forehead. Zhou Jie stood there panting for a few seconds while holding the wall as if he was exhausted. He felt pain and numbness all over his body, but he quickly stood up straight and turned to look at Ding Xiaoyu in the opposite building. Ding Xiaoyu also opened her mouth wide at this moment, but she could not make a sound for a while. She felt a few drops of warm liquid dripping on her hair and flowing to her forehead. At the same time, she also found that the hand pinching her chin had weakened a lot, so she could not help but turn her head and look. Ah! With this look, Ding Xiaoyu immediately screamed and turned her head back, not daring to look at Spider's dead body. Ding Xiaoyu was a little dazed by this sudden change of situation, but when she saw Zhou Jie looking at her, she understood that it was all because of Zhou Jie. At the critical moment just now, it was Zhou Jie who used some incredible method to kill Moto and Spider with a flying dagger, which saved Ding Xiaoyu and himself. Ding Xiaoyu and Zhou Jie looked at each other for a few seconds, and she suddenly found that Zhou Jie's eyes were different from before. In the past, Zhou Jie's eyes were indifferent, with a sense of laziness and a kind of calmness that made people's hair stand on end. But now, Zhou Jie's eyes were so clear and sharp, still indifferent, but also inexplicably cold. Just when Ding Xiaoyu noticed this change in Zhou Jie and was a little surprised, Zhou Jie had already walked to the edge of the opposite balcony, jumped, and gently landed on the balcony of Ding Xiaoyu's floor. "Miss, are you okay?" Zhou Jie walked toward Ding Xiaoyu. At the same time, with a thought, a flying dagger flew out from the building behind him and fell into Zhou Jie's hand. This time, Zhou Jie controlled the flying dagger slower. Ding Xiaoyu saw this and was shocked. She had never seen Zhou Jie control a flying dagger with his mind before. "I'm fine, Zhou Jie. I feel like you." Ding Xiaoyu subconsciously wanted to say what she felt, but she was afraid that she felt wrong, so she stopped halfway. Zhou Jie came to Ding Xiaoyu and squatted down, carefully cutting the rope tied to Ding Xiaoyu with a flying dagger. At the same time, he asked, "What do you feel?" When Ding Xiaoyu heard Zhou Jie's question, she hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, I feel like you've changed. Are you okay?" After cutting the rope and loosening Ding Xiaoyu, Zhou Jie stood up and answered, "I'm fine." Then Zhou Jie paused and said to Ding Xiaoyu, "Miss, my memory has just been restored, and my ability has also been reawakened." After Zhou Jie said this, with a thought, all the flying daggers he had shot out before flew back to him like lightning, and then he put them back into the combat suit one by one. Ding Xiaoyu was originally very happy to be reborn, but when she heard that Zhou Jie had restored his memory, she stood up from the chair, and her expression became a little stiff for some reason. "You remember everything?" Ding Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, but still asked. "Yes." Zhou Jie nodded and answered. Ding Xiaoyu fell silent. She suddenly felt an inexplicable reluctance. However, Ding Xiaoyu did not think too much about it. Zhou Jie said, "Miss, let me send you back." "Huh? Oh." Ding Xiaoyu replied, slightly absent-minded. Then she remembered that Zhou Jie had just been beaten up so badly by Moto that his mask was covered in blood. She could not help but ask, "By the way, Zhou Jie, do you want to go to the hospital first? You should be seriously injured." Zhou Jie shook his head and said indifferently, "This kind of injury is nothing. I'll send you back to see the chairman first." Zhou Jie's tone was indisputable, so Ding Xiaoyu did not say anything more. Then Zhou Jie stepped forward and came to Ding Xiaoyu and said, "Miss, please excuse me." Then, without waiting for Ding Xiaoyu to answer, Zhou Jie picked up Ding Xiaoyu, turned around, and jumped off the balcony. Pa Sam and the other three were scattered around the periphery of the residential area. When they saw Zhou Jie appear on the road with Ding Xiaoyu in his arms, they could not help but be stunned. "That's Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie. Where's Sir Moto?" F***CK. Pa Sam and the other three were not too far away from each other. When they found Zhou Jie was only 50 to 60 meters away from them. At such a distance, Zhou Jie naturally sensed Pa Sam and the other three hiding behind the building. However, Zhou Jie seemed to be fine, but in fact, not to mention that he was indeed seriously injured in the battle with Moto. Just the fact that he killed Moto and Spider with his mental ability talent alone was a great burden on his brain that had not fully recovered. Therefore, Zhou Jie did not want to fight with Pa Sam and the other three again. The main reason was that he was not confident that he could kill all four of them. There was no difference between killing one and killing three. Therefore, Zhou Jie walked unhurriedly less than 10 meters away from Pa Sam and the other three. 4 flying daggers were under his control, slowly rotating around him, ready to attack or defend at any time. However, when Pa Sam and the other three saw the 4 flying daggers around Zhou Jie, they were all shocked. They all knew about Zhou Jie's flying dagger ability. It was an extremely terrifying mental ability, and it was precisely because of this that Zhou Jie was rated as a level A combatant. Otherwise, even if Zhou Jie's mental ability had awakened, his melee ability would not be as good as Moto's. However, the fact was that Zhou Jie, with his flying dagger ability, had killed Moto, who was unprepared. Zhou Jie walked forward step by step as if he did not sense Pa Sam and the other three at all. However, the 4 who were planning to attack all held their breaths, fearing that Zhou Jie would discover them. No one wanted to attack at all. In the end, Zhou Jie carried Ding Xiaoyu back to the car and quickly drove away. On the way, Zhou Jie did not forget to contact Wang Long to ask him to retreat and inform him that he had rescued Moto. When Zhou Jie brought Ding Xiaoyu and Wang Long to the chairman's office to meet Ding Junfeng, Ding Junfeng happily shook Zhou Jie's hand and expressed his gratitude. Zhou Jie was slightly grateful. After a few polite words, he said, "Chairman, there's one more thing I need to tell you. I've recovered my memory." As soon as Zhou Jie said this, the room fell into silence and an awkward situation. After a few seconds, Ding Junfeng asked, "Zhou Jie, what do you mean?" "Zhou Jie, are you leaving?" Wang Long followed up with a question. Ding Xiaoyu's heart suddenly tightened. Zhou Jie was silent for a second. Then he nodded gently and said, "Well, in fact, those people who threatened Miss were after me. I brought danger to you, and I'm very sorry. Fortunately, none of you are dead yet. Since I've recovered my memory, I naturally choose to leave you as soon as possible." "You said that those people were after you?" "Zhou Jie, where did you come from?" At this time, Wang Long couldn't help but ask in surprise. In response, Zhou Jie nodded again and turned to Wang Long. "I'm a killer from a very powerful killer organization. Because I betrayed the organization, I'm being hunted down. I guess these people who appeared before were just the beginning. The organization won't give up easily if they don't kill me. I don't want to implicate you, so I'll leave tonight." Chapter 21. I'll leave tonight. These words were like a thunderbolt in Ding Xiaoyu's ears. Ding Xiaoyu could not bear it, and his body trembled slightly at that moment. However, Ding Xiaoyu did not say anything, because she could not find a reason to make Zhou Jie stay. When Ding Junfeng and Wang Long learned of this situation, their expressions changed, and they were stunned for a while. "I'm going to pack my things now, and I'll leave soon. You don't have to keep me." Seeing that Ding Junfeng and the other 2 did not say anything, Zhou Jie said lightly, then turned and walked out of the office. "Zhou Jie." Ding Xiaoyu saw that although Ding Junfeng and Wang Long looked hesitant, they did not intend to say anything to keep Zhou Jie. As soon as Zhou Jie walked out of the door, she called his name and quickly followed him. "Little you." Ding Junfeng was anxious and wanted to pull Ding Xiaoyu back, but Wang Long reached out and stopped Ding Junfeng. "Chairman, let the young miss go. I think the young miss has fallen in love with that kid." Wang Long stopped Ding Junfeng and said to him with a helpless smile on his face. Ding Junfeng was stunned, then sighed and said, "At first, I wanted to let Zhou Jie accompany little you, but now, alas, forget it. Let them solve it themselves. Anyway, I can't keep Zhou Jie, and I can't keep him." Wang Long looked at the ground and shook his head slightly. "Zhou Jie." In the corridor, Ding Xiaoyu caught up with Zhou Jie and walked side by side with him. "Miss, is there anything else?" Zhou Jie did not even turn his head to look at Ding Xiaoyu, but asked directly. Ding Xiaoyu thought for a moment after hearing the question. Then, as if he had suddenly lost part of his strength, he said in a discouraged voice, "Alas, it's not easy to have such a powerful bodyguard like you. It's a pity that you're gone." Zhou Jie heard that and said, "Unfortunately, I can't stay. The organization knows I'm here, and they won't let me go easily. This time, only one Moto came. The next one might be more terrifying than 10 of him. I won't be able to protect you then. We'll all die, so I can only choose to keep running. Maybe one day, the organization will give up hunting me, and I'll come back. I understand. Ding Xiaoyu nodded, her expression much more natural. Then she tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, then stay for dinner. You can leave after dinner, right? Zhou Jie took out his phone and looked at the time. There was still more than 2 hours before 5 o'clock. However, he knew that the people from the organization would not be able to make a comeback so soon. So he nodded and said, okay. Then I'll go back and prepare with Xiaopan now. You can come over at 4:30. Ding Xiaoyu immediately said happily. Okay. Zhou Jie nodded in agreement. Then, the two of them walked to the door of their respective rooms in silence. Before entering the room, Ding Xiaoyu greeted Zhou Jie. Bye. See you later. Zhou Jie nodded at Ding Xiaoyu, turned around, and opened the door of his room. After entering the room, Zhou Jie went to the kitchen and took out a large bottle of milk from the fridge. He sat on the sofa and started drinking by himself. After drinking for a while, Zhou Jie went to the bathroom and washed his blood-stained face. Then, he washed his combat suit with water. The combat suit was made of special material. Washing with water could remove blood and oil stains. Then, in front of the bathroom mirror, Zhou Jie took out the ruby ring from his belt and looked at it carefully. My perception still can't touch it. I don't know what the use of this ring is. Although Zhou Jie remembered everything, this ring was given to him by the mission target in his last mission. Moreover, the target did not know the origin of the ring, so Zhou Jie did not know either. Then, Zhou Jie casually put the ring on the sink counter and planned to shave himself with a razor. After a while, Zhou Jie finished shaving and picked up the ring. He was surprised to find that the ring had become a little hot. Then, Zhou Jie found that his perception could sense the presence of the ring. Zhou Jie could not help but be puzzled. Why did the ring suddenly become hot and could be sensed? So, with this thought, Zhou Jie's gaze naturally fell on the sink counter. The place where he had just put the ring had some of his blood diluted by water. Then, Zhou Jie's gaze fell back on the ring. He found that the surface of the ruby ring was stained with a mixture of blood and water. Under Zhou Jie's careful observation, he also found that the blood in the mixture seemed to be absorbed by the ring. Zhou Jie was surprised by this discovery. He immediately tried to penetrate his spiritual perception into the ring. In the next second, Zhou Jie experienced the most wonderful perception experience in his life. When Zhou Jie tried to penetrate his perception into the ring suddenly erupted with a suction force that targeted his spiritual consciousness. It pulled Zhou Jie's consciousness straight into a dark space. This feeling was very magical. It was like a person watching a 4D movie. Everything in front of him seemed to be touchable, but when Zhou Jie wanted to reach out his hand, he could not see his own hand at all. After Zhou Jie got used to this wonderful feeling, he scanned his surroundings and found that this space seemed to be very vast. At least, he could not see the end of any side. In such a huge space, there were only a few things that could be said to be abrupt placed there. Oh no, there was also an item that was floating in midair. It appeared to be very dark. Zhou Jie looked at it from nearly 100 meters away, and it seemed to be just a small black dot. In addition, there was a pile of white, glowing crystals that were half the height of a person. In front of the white crystals was something that looked like an 8-trigram formation plate. However, these things did not make Zhou Jie feel anything. When Zhou Jie saw the last item, even with his calmness, he was shocked. This last item was a huge spaceship. Zhou Jie had piloted spaceships before, and he even had a mini spaceship that was specialized for missions. Therefore, he knew that the cost of a spaceship was not cheap. For a spaceship as huge as the one in front of him, Zhou Jie did not doubt that even if it was the most outdated spaceship that had been eliminated, its value would far exceed his mini spaceship. Out of surprise, Zhou Jie quickly controlled his consciousness to approach the spaceship. Along the way, he passed by the extremely dark item and conveniently took it. However, when Zhou Jie took it, the black item disappeared. Zhou Jie was shocked. At the same time, he suddenly realized that his consciousness had left that strange space and returned to reality. Zhou Jie was wondering what had just happened when he suddenly realized that there was an additional item in his right hand. He quickly looked down and realized that it was an extremely dark, irregular stone, the size of his palm. He could not help but be stunned. Zhou Jie remembered that he had used his consciousness to take this item at the last moment, but he did not expect that this item would appear in his hand. As such, Zhou Jie vaguely understood something. He opened his mouth slightly in surprise. This is actually a space ring. Space ring. This term was something that Zhou Jie had only heard about on the internet in the past. He had even seen information about it being auctioned. However, space rings were said to be extremely high-tech products, and their value was even higher than 100 mini spaceships like Zhou Jie's. It was not something that Zhou Jie could come into contact with, and Zhou Jie had never paid much attention to it. However, he didn't expect to find a spatial ring in his possession. Moreover, he found a huge spaceship in it. Such a pleasant surprise made even Zhou Jie feel a little dizzy, because it was really too pleasant. However, after the pleasant surprise, Zhou Jie quickly calmed down and put the black stone back into the space ring. Then, he put the ring back on his belt and walked out of the bathroom as if nothing had happened. Zhou Jie sat back on the sofa and continued to drink his milk. However, his thoughts had completely drifted to the spaceship in the space ring. Because Zhou Jie was going to escape, leaving Sun was the first problem he had to face. Not only was it very difficult to go to other planets with Sun's technological level, but the number of planets that could be reached from Sun was too limited. It would be easy for the organization to follow the vine to the melon. In order to escape the organization's pursuit, Zhou Jie was very pessimistic about his chances. But now, if the spaceship in the space ring could be piloted, everything would be different. Chapter 22. After thinking about it for a while, Zhou Jie forced himself to stop thinking about the space ring. After finishing the milk in his hand, he lay down on the sofa and closed his eyes. Perhaps it was because Zhou Jie had used up too much of his mental strength. He fell asleep in a daze. It was not until someone knocked on the door that Zhou Jie woke up abruptly. Zhou Jie, Zhou Jie? Ding Xiaoyu's voice came from outside the door. Zhou Jie jumped up from the sofa and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 4:45. Only then did he realize why Ding Xiaoyu was knocking on the door. So, he quickly rushed to the door and opened it quickly. Miss! Zhou Jie saw that Ding Xiaoyu, who was outside the door, seemed to have just taken a shower. Her hair was wet, and she was only wearing a cotton, light pink, tight-fitting short-sleeved shirt. Her lower body was wearing denim hot pants that reached her thighs. Her whole body exuded the fragrance of shower gel. When Ding Xiaoyu saw Zhou Jie, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but ask, Zhou Jie, dinner is ready. Didn't I tell you to come over at 4:30? What are you doing? Well, maybe I was too tired. I just fell asleep. I'm sorry. Zhou Jie lowered his head slightly and apologized. However, his expression was always so indifferent, giving people a feeling that he was not sincere. However, Ding Xiaoyu had long been used to this. She just curled her lips, then turned to open the door and said, Well, let's have dinner together now. Okay, Zhou Jie responded from behind, then followed Ding Xiaoyu into the door. After entering the door, Zhou Jie saw the delicious food on the table at first glance. Even though he was always calm, he could not help but be shocked. Fan Xiat was at the table stirring a big pot of hot soup with a spoon. When he turned around and saw Zhou Jie's expression, he said proudly, How is it, Zhou Jie? Miss, and I spent more than an hour cooking this dish. Then, Fan Xiat's face darkened, and he said, I heard from Miss that you are leaving tonight. Really? This is the last time you will eat my cooking. When Zhou Jie saw this, although Fan Xiat's expression and actions were a little funny, he did not laugh at all. He just looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not open his mouth. When Ding Xiaoyu saw this, her face darkened slightly. Then, she quickly squeezed out a smile and said to Zhou Jie, Okay, Zhou Jie, sit down and eat. Do you want to drink some wine? However, I usually only drink cocktails and red wine. If you want to drink something else, I can order takeout. It's okay, miss, Zhou Jie replied, then sat down at the table. Okay, let's eat. After Ding Xiaoyu and Zhou Jie sat down, Fan Xie suddenly said excitedly and gave some sauces to Zhou Jie and Ding Xiaoyu. This dinner naturally became the best and most unforgettable meal that Zhou Jie had ever eaten in his life. He would never forget this meal, and he would never forget the people at the table. Even though Ding Xiaoyu and Ding Xiaoyu had deliberately prepared enough food for 6 people, in less than an hour, the food on the table was almost empty. This was because Zhou Jie's appetite was too scary. It was as if his stomach was a bottomless pit, and no matter how much he ate, he could eat. Did I eat too much? When there were only 2 plates of food left on the table, Zhou Jie put down the 4th bowl of rice in his hand and asked in a serious tone. Ding Xiaoyu, Fan Xie, Ding Xiaoyu and Fan Xie looked at each other, and Ding Xiaoyu said, No, I know you eat a lot. If you think it's not enough, I'll ask Xiao Pan to make more. When Fan Xie heard this, he glared at Ding Xiaoyu pitifully, but did not refute. When Zhou Jie saw this, he said, It's okay, I'm full. It's time to go. When he said this, Ding Xiaoyu and Fan Xie were stunned. Then Fan Xie said, You're leaving right after dinner? Why don't you stay for a night and leave tomorrow? Zhou Jie, you can sleep with me or sleep with the miss. When Zhou Jie heard this, his expression changed slightly. Before he could say anything, Ding Xiaoyu glared at Fan Xie and said angrily, Xiao Pan, what are you talking about? I'm just kidding. When Fan Xie saw this, he shrunk his neck and said, But if miss doesn't want to sleep with you, you can sleep with me. I'll welcome it. Zhou Jie was speechless. Zhou Jie was no longer the person who had lost his memory. He was more or less aware of the relationship between a man and a woman. Therefore, Fan Xie's words made him speechless and embarrassed. When Ding Xiaoyu saw that Zhou Jie was embarrassed, he was also speechless at Fan Xie's nonsense. He directly ignored Fan Xie and said to Zhou Jie, come with me. I want to talk to you alone. Okay. Although Zhou Jie was curious about what Ding Xiaoyu wanted to talk to him alone, he was very happy to be away from Fan Xie at this moment. Xiao Pan, I'll leave the bowls and chopsticks to you. Seeing that Zhou Jie agreed, Ding Xiaoyu immediately stood up and said, Miss you. Fan Xie was suddenly speechless. However, considering the difference in status, she could only puff up her cheeks and did not dare to complain. Zhou Jie followed Ding Xiaoyu and took the elevator all the way to the top floor of the Tianqing Technology Building. Then, they went up to the rooftop through the staircase. It was close to 6 o'clock. The sky in June was only dark. The remaining light from planet Taiwu, which was equivalent to the sun, was still reflected on the horizon. Looking down from the rooftop, which was almost 100 meters high, the city looked gorgeous and colorful. I still remember when I didn't live on campus in high school. I used to come here to enjoy the cool air at night in the summer. Now that I think about it, I haven't been here for a few years. Ding Xiaoyu walked to the railing of the rooftop and looked into the distance. The night wind blew her long black hair as she spoke slowly. Zhou Jie stood behind Ding Xiaoyu. His body was ramrod straight, and his eyes were deep and sharp. Miss, what do you want to talk to me about? Zhou Jie was silent for a while. Seeing that Ding Xiaoyu did not speak for a long time, he could not help but ask. Don't call me Mississippi. You're no longer my bodyguard. Just call me Xiaoyu, Ding Xiaoyu suddenly said when she heard the question. Hearing this, Zhou Jie hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded his head. Yes. Then there was another long period of silence. However, this time, Zhou Jie kept looking into the distance and did not ask any more questions. After about half a minute, Ding Xiaoyu forced a smile and asked Zhou Jie, why do you want to intrude into my life? In response to Ding Xiaoyu's sudden question, Zhou Jie could not help but be stunned. What the hell was going on? Seeing that Zhou Jie did not answer, Ding Xiaoyu continued, Zhou Jie, you're the second person I fell in love with. It's funny, I remember that the first person I fell in love with was my classmate when I was in kindergarten. Isn't it strange? I already had someone I liked in kindergarten, but when I grew up, I didn't. Until today, I fell in love with you. After Ding Xiaoyu finished speaking, Zhou Jie was even more stunned. The news that Ding Xiaoyu liked him was like a bolt from the blue to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was greatly shocked. Then, Ding Xiaoyu turned around. Seeing Zhou Jie in a daze, she felt inexplicably funny. So she laughed and said, "Zhou Jie, why are you in a daze? I like you, so you have to show me something." Although Zhou Jie was a killer, he was not a heartless person. Any normal man would find it hard to refuse the confession of a beauty like Ding Xiaoyu, and Zhou Jie was no exception. However, Zhou Jie deeply understood that it was impossible for him and Ding Xiaoyu to be together. So, after being stunned for a long time, Zhou Jie calmly met Ding Xiaoyu's gaze and said, "Xiaoyu, you're a good girl, but I can't be with you. You know that." Hearing Zhou Jie's words, Ding Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable sourness in her heart, but she still maintained a smile on her face and said, "I know, but no matter what, you are still the man I truly liked. I still have to tell you that I like you. This way, I won't feel any regrets." At the end of her words, Ding Xiaoyu lowered her head and looked at the ground, not making a sound. Zhou Jie looked at Ding Xiaoyu calmly. Looking at her delicate and beautiful face, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. But after a few seconds, Zhou Jie still turned around and walked to the door of the rooftop. "If I'm still alive in a few years, and I'm no longer being hunted, I'll come back." Zhou Jie's voice drifted over the rooftop, but he had already disappeared at the door. Chapter 23. Zhou Jie also knew that it was better to get the pain over with than to prolong the pain. Therefore, after he got off the rooftop, he went straight to Ding Junfeng's office. On the way, Zhou Jie called Ding Junfeng. "Chairman, I'm going to your office. Are you there?" "I'm here." Ding Junfeng's voice came from the other side of the phone. "Okay, I'll come over and return the black card to you. As for the phone, no need. You can take it. If you need anything else, you can come to me or call me." Ding Junfeng interrupted Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was silent for a few seconds. Finally, he stopped and said to the phone, "Okay, Chairman, I won't come to you. I'm leaving." This time, it was Ding Junfeng's turn to be silent for a while. Then he asked, "Have you told Xiaoyu?" "Yes." Zhou Jie stood behind the stairs with his eyes closed. "Okay, you can go now. If you have the chance, remember to come back and see me," Ding Junfeng said on the other side of the phone. "I will." Zhou Jie nodded. The call ended. Then Zhou Jie continued to walk up the stairs until he reached the first floor of the Tianxing building. Then he left through the gate. On the rooftop of the Tianxing building, Ding Xiaoyu saw Zhou Jie sweep the QR code on the road opposite the building and ride an electric scooter. Then he rode along the road until he disappeared from sight. At the edge of the Silver System where the solar star was located, there was a very small planet with life, the planet of Slaughter. As the name suggested, the planet of Slaughter was also the headquarters of the Imperial Exterminator Organization. At this moment, in an alloy room of the Imperial Exterminator's headquarters, a middle-aged man with short gray hair was looking at the information on the desktop computer screen. He kept tapping on the desktop with his fingers. It's really a case of nurturing a tiger. Ross stopped tapping on the desktop, stood up, and walked to the window. "This Zhou Jie still has to be killed. I'll do it myself." Then, Ross stood at the window and pondered for a while. He then turned back to the computer and quickly typed on the virtual keyboard. Zhou Jie rode the electric scooter all the way to the outskirts of Rongxin City. Then, because the electric scooter reminded him that it was out of the service area, he had no choice but to stop the electric scooter by the roadside and continue to run towards the woods in the outskirts alone. Camping in the wilderness was nothing out of the ordinary for Zhou Jie. Therefore, on the way here, he bought a backpack from a large supermarket. Inside the backpack was a super compressed camping tent, some high-density water. It was not compressed water, but greatly increased the effect of water on the human body, so that the human body could drink less water while maintaining the human body's function. and high-energy food. After Zhou Jie chose a relatively suitable place to set up camp in the forest, he set up a perimeter of a few dozen meters and quickly set up camp. After doing all this, the sky was completely dark. Although Zhou Jie's night vision was better than ordinary people, and he was also trained, Zhou Jie still took out a low-light source light and placed it at the entrance of the tent. He sat on the ground, covered with dead leaves outside the tent. After calming down, Zhou Jie inevitably felt a little lonely. This feeling was incredible to him in the past, but during the period of amnesia in front of him, he experienced a different life. It was also the first time that he had such a deep relationship with a stranger. When the sense of loneliness came, Zhou Jie found that he had become different from before. In the past, Zhou Jie was a lone wolf. He didn't need to rely on anyone, and he couldn't rely on anyone because he had no one he could trust. So, he never felt the need of others for him and his need for others. But after experiencing amnesia for a few days, Zhou Jie felt that he had really left the assassin profession. This made him feel endless emotions, inexplicable melancholy, and confusion. After a long time, Zhou Jie came back to his senses. He took out the space ring and sank his consciousness into it. Once again, he entered the space ring. This time, Zhou Jie's goal was very clear, and that was to take a look at the spaceship. If he could pilot it, he might be able to successfully escape from Sunstar and escape to a place where the Emperor Killer organization couldn't easily find him. So, Zhou Jie's consciousness approached the huge spaceship directly. When Zhou Jie's consciousness took in the entire spaceship, he was shocked to find that this whale-shaped spaceship was much bigger than he expected. It was more than 1,000 meters long and more than 400 meters wide. "This is too big," Zhou Jie couldn't help but exclaim. He thought of his own mini spaceship. It was flat and round, and the largest diameter was no more than 15 meters. Then, Zhou Jie's consciousness entered the interior of the spaceship. When he saw the incomparably complicated control facilities and instruments in the spaceship's main control room, Zhou Jie couldn't help but be completely dumbfounded. He didn't know how to pilot this spaceship. Helpless, Zhou Jie's consciousness could only reluctantly withdraw from the spaceship. After that, Zhou Jie went over to the pile of white, glowing crystals and the 8 trigrams formation plate to walk around. After confirming that he could not see the use of these things at all, Zhou Jie's consciousness moved, and he took the black stone and left the spatial ring. Zhou Jie played with the black stone for a while. Other than its hard texture, he still couldn't find anything special about it. Zhou Jie couldn't help but feel a little helpless. The reason he took out the black stone was that he felt that among the things in the space ring, the black stone looked like it was the one he had the most hope to study. After thinking for a while, Zhou Jie put the black stone into his belt for the time being, and then meditated to circulate the energy in his body. During the battle with Moto during the day, Zhou Jie was seriously injured. Although it didn't affect his mobility on the surface, the injury was so serious that it couldn't be aggravated. So, Zhou Jie began to heal his internal injuries as soon as he had the time. The night was quiet. Early the next morning, Zhou Jie woke up from his cultivation and couldn't help but take out the black stone again. After holding the black stone for a while, Zhou Jie suddenly remembered how he opened the space ring, and his eyes fell on the black stone in his hand again. With the mentality of giving it a try, Zhou Jie took out a flying knife and made a small cut on the side of his palm. Blood soon flowed out. Zhou Jie dipped the stone in some blood and then carefully observed the changes in the black stone. However, the changes in the black stone in the next few seconds were unforgettable for Zhou Jie. As soon as Zhou Jie's blood came into contact with the black stone, it was quickly absorbed. Then, countless complicated patterns suddenly lit up on the surface of the black stone. As the patterns appeared, the black stone burst out with terrifying energy waves and resonated with the spatial energy within several miles. In an instant, Zhou Jie felt like his body was swallowed by light and heat. His eyes were bright, and at the same time, his body was inexplicably under immense pressure. It felt like his internal organs were squeezed together, and his hands and feet were tightly bound. It was extremely uncomfortable. Zhou Jie felt that the light in front of him lasted for a long time. His body felt like it was gliding in space, and there was an inexplicable sense of speed. And when Zhou Jie felt his body suddenly touch something solid, and the light in front of him disappeared, Zhou Jie collapsed to the ground in extreme discomfort. With the pressure on his body gone, Zhou Jie shook his dizzy head and opened his eyes to look around. And when Zhou Jie confirmed his surroundings, he couldn't help but be stunned. He was actually not in the same place, but in a huge sealed stone room. Inside, "I've been teleported." Zhou Jie quickly realized what had happened, but then he felt that it was inconceivable. Teleportation was a very advanced technology. He had only heard of it, but had never come into contact with it or seen it with his own eyes. And now, he was teleported because of that small black stone. Thinking of this, Zhou Jie lowered his head to look at his right hand. The black stone was still lying quietly in his palm. Zhou Jie couldn't help but feel speechless. Where is this? Zhou Jie put away the black stone and scanned his surroundings again. He couldn't help but wonder. Just as Zhou Jie was puzzled, in a room somewhere in the huge rectangular stone hall, a little boy who looked to be 7 or 8 years old suddenly jumped up from his bed. His originally empty eyes lit up with 2 light blue fluorescent lights, making him look like a ghost. Chapter 24. After Zhou Jie recovered from his shock, he began to accept reality and turned his attention to the dozens of light balls in the air of the stone hall. These light balls. Zhou Jie walked to the nearest light ball and looked up carefully. Through the hazy white light shield, he could vaguely make out a strange-looking long saber in the light ball. He could not help but frown, feeling even more puzzled about the existence of these light balls. Then, Zhou Jie looked at a few more light balls and found that they seemed to be cold weapons like sabers, swords, spears, and rods. He could not help but guess that this place was an armory. But what puzzled Zhou Jie was, why were there cold weapons here? And these light balls seemed to be condensed energy. This was a manifestation of super advanced technology. Furthermore, with today's technology, cold weapons were generally inferior to hot weapons. For example, a laser gun was an interstellar hot weapon. Even a 10-meter thick steel plate could be easily penetrated by a laser beam. Therefore, it was hard for Zhou Jie to understand why a high-tech energy-gathering shield was used to store cold weapons. However, at this moment, Zhou Jie felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly. The source of the tremor did not seem to be deep, only about 100 meters or so. This surprised Zhou Jie, and he turned to look at the ground where the source of the tremor was. Under Zhou Jie's gaze, the ground plate there rose up. The plate was 2 meters thick, and when the thickness of the plate rose up, a silver-white metal staircase appeared. It looked very similar to an elevator. In fact, this was a kind of elevator, but the kinetic energy was not powered by electricity. Under Zhou Jie's slightly surprised and vigilant gaze, the elevator door slowly opened. Zhou Jie saw a little boy no more than 1 meters tall, standing inside. This little boy looked very handsome. His eyes were big and round, adding a bit of cuteness and an inexplicable sense of humor. Just as Zhou Jie was surprised by the origin of this little boy, the little boy grinned at Zhou Jie. His snow-white teeth set off his beautiful smile, but Zhou Jie felt a trace of craftiness in the little boy's eyes that did not match his smile. This made Zhou Jie immediately alert. He was inexplicably teleported here. Could it be related to this little boy? If that was the case, then what was his goal? "Who are you?" As soon as the little boy stepped out of the elevator, Zhou Jie asked in the advanced version of the Universal Common Language. P.S. There are 2 versions of the Universal Language, the advanced version and the low-level version. The former is suitable for areas outside of the Silver Galaxy, while the latter is more like the advanced version of the dialect. It will change depending on the area. Every galaxy is largely the same. However, when he heard Zhou Jie's question, the little boy was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said with a naughty child's voice, "Hee hee, your universal common language is so lame. It seems like you came from a backward planet." Zhou Jie was also stunned when he heard this. The little boy sized up Zhou Jie and continued to talk to himself. "And your combat power index is too low. You're only at the mortal body realm. What the hell? Is there a problem with the bloodline detection of the bloodline stone?" This time, Zhou Jie could not help but be even more confused. What did the other party mean by talking to himself? Was he just looking down on him? But that ring had teleported him here. There had to be a reason, right? Therefore, Zhou Jie asked in a timely manner, "That I want to ask, where is this? Also, I seem to have been teleported here by a black stone. What is that black stone? And who are you?" Faced with Zhou Jie's 3 consecutive questions, the little boy opened his mouth, then closed it helplessly and pouted. "Okay, you have so many questions. I'll answer you one by one. First of all, my name is Kakashi. This is the name Master gave me. Then, that black stone is called the Bloodline Stone. As for its function, it will teleport the qualified person here when it detects a suitable bloodline. Finally, this is a part of the Zhou Holy Land, and is also set as a land of inheritance." The little boy Kakashi answered Zhou Jie's questions in one breath. Then, he maintained a wide grin and looked directly at Zhou Jie with a pair of big, sparkling eyes. Zhou Jie could not help but feel an inexplicable chill. Therefore, Zhou Jie immediately averted his gaze and did not look directly into Kakashi's eyes. Then, he frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "So, you don't mean that you want me to accept some inheritance here? Smart." Kakashi immediately nodded in response. Zhou Jie looked at Kakashi's dull look again, and his original wariness was swept away. He sighed slightly and said, "Explain to me what the Zhou Holy Land is first, then tell me what inheritance I want to accept. There's no rush, there's no rush." Hearing this, Kakashi said with a playful smile. His originally normal eyes actually glowed with a robot-like blue light. Then, he continued, "Let's do the bloodline test first. Although you were teleported here and should meet the minimum bloodline standard, seeing how weak you are, if your bloodline is ordinary, I, Kakashi, have the right to deprive you of the inheritance qualification and kill you directly." As soon as Kakashi said that, Zhou Jie's throat tightened. He had thought that it was just a good thing, but he didn't expect that there would be a bloodline test. If he didn't meet the requirements, would he really die there? Therefore, Zhou Jie hesitated and asked, "Then, can I give up the inheritance and leave without taking the bloodline test?" Kakashi seemed to be startled by Zhou Jie's question. He shrank his neck and looked at Zhou Jie, but simply said, "No, I've waited for more than 10,000 years for a living person like you. It wasn't easy for me. Don't worry, as long as your bloodline density or purity reaches the Star Lord level, I'll give you a chance to practice first." Hee hee. Practice? Zhou Jie was stunned for a moment. There's such a thing as practice for the inheritance. In response, Kakashi shook his head and said, "Don't worry about that. Let's do the bloodline test first." As Kakashi spoke, a blue light flashed in his eyes. Seeing that, Zhou Jie couldn't help but ask, "You're not human?" Kakashi immediately nodded. "That's right. I'm a life intelligence entity. Except for the lack of certain emotions, I'm not much different from human beings." Hee hee. "Oh." Zhou Jie responded with a casual "oh." Although he didn't know what a life intelligence entity was, he wasn't interested in knowing. He only needed to make sure that Kakashi wasn't human. Seeing that, Kakashi put on a resentful expression, but he soon recovered his smile and said, "Okay, let's begin the bloodline test. Give me a drop of your blood." Hearing that, Zhou Jie made a cut on his finger with a flying knife and used his mental power to control a drop of his blood, making it float toward Kakashi. However, Kakashi didn't use his hand to catch Zhou Jie's drop of blood. Instead, he looked at the drop of blood and shot out 2 blue rays a few centimeters wide from his eyes, alternately scanning the drop of blood a few times. Zhou Jie couldn't help but watch this scene nervously, worried about the results of the test, but he still looked calm on the surface. A few seconds later, Kakashi's eyes stopped glowing. He looked up at Zhou Jie in shock and said, F***. Your bloodline concentration is so low that I can't even detect it. It's impossible for you to pass. Hearing that, Zhou Jie's heart skipped a beat. His face twitched slightly, but he still said patiently, "So, you want to kill me?" However, Kakashi didn't seem to hear Zhou Jie's question. He scratched his ears and cheeks for a moment. Then he suddenly made up his mind and muttered, "That shouldn't be the case. Use the bloodline slate to test again." Then, under Zhou Jie's extremely agitated gaze, Kakashi took out a 2-meter-tall, 1-meter-wide slate from somewhere and placed it heavily on the ground in front of Zhou Jie. "Come, put some blood into the groove on the slate. Fill it up as much as you can," Kakashi said at this time. Zhou Jie glanced at the so-called groove on the slate. It was a curved sunken area that could put at least 1 liter of blood. Zhou Jie's face darkened. However, Zhou Jie still endured it and began to bleed according to Kakashi's instructions. About 10 seconds later, the groove had accumulated more than 200 milliliters of blood, and a thin red line began to rise from the bottom of the slate. The red line followed the fixed path on the stone slab and climbed up. Soon it passed the 3rd mark on the stone slab and continued to climb upwards. Chapter 25. There were a total of 6 scales on the bloodline slate. When Kakashi saw that Zhou Jie's blood had actually caused the indicator line to climb to the 4th scale, he had an extremely shocked expression. His eyes were wide open, and his jaw was about to fall off. When Zhou Jie saw this, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just now, Kakashi had clearly said that his bloodline concentration was so low that even he couldn't detect it. But why did it seem so outstanding now? Very quickly, the indicator line on the slate reached the 4th scale and continued to climb slowly. Kakashi's expression became even more exaggerated. His hands held his cheeks and squeezed with all his strength, making his mouth open to the maximum. It was as if he was afraid that if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to express the shock in his heart. When the indicator line finally reached the 5th scale with great difficulty and quickly stopped, Kakashi couldn't help but fall completely into a sluggish state. Zhou Jie had already drained nearly 700 milliliters of blood. Seeing that the scales on the slate had stopped, Zhou Jie couldn't help but look at Kakashi and ask, "Are you done?" When Kakashi heard this, he was subconsciously startled. Then, his eyes shone as he looked at Zhou Jie, like a falcon seeing a rabbit. "Emperor Universe class. It's actually the Emperor Universe class bloodline. Haha, I've picked up a treasure. I've picked up a treasure," Kakashi said with a savage laugh. When Zhou Jie heard this, he was speechless. That he seemed to have been transported here by the Black Stone and not picked up by him, right? Emperor Universe class, what does that mean? Zhou Jie felt that it was strange, so he opened his mouth to ask. Well, I'm too excited. I didn't think that your bloodline concentration would be so low, but its purity would be so terrifyingly high. This is actually better than having a high concentration bloodline, Kakashi said with a face full of excitement. However, he took a miraculous turn and didn't answer Zhou Jie's question. When Zhou Jie saw this, he couldn't help but let out a breath through his nostrils. Then he asked again, "What does Emperor Universe class mean?" When Kakashi asked again, he realized that he hadn't answered Zhou Jie's question. So he coughed and said, "This bloodline test is divided into 6 levels, corresponding to the 6 major realms of strength. From low to high, they are mortal body, star lord, lord, emperor, and extraordinary." Then Kakashi explained excitedly, "Emperor Universe class bloodline. That means you have the potential to become an Emperor Universe class expert. This isn't bad, even among the 3rd generation. Unfortunately, your bloodline concentration to awaken." Hearing this, Zhou Jie thought carefully and then asked again, "What do you mean by 3rd generation?" Also, since my bloodline concentration is so low, how can it be called Emperor Universe class bloodline? It's fine as long as it's pure enough. When Kakashi heard this, he immediately answered, This third generation refers to the children of the divine ancestor. The founder of the Zhou Holy Land, the Zhou Holy Land's divine ancestor, was one of the most powerful existences in the seven-dimensional universe and the core universe. He reached the Saint Realm. His three children were all extraordinary experts, and there were also extraordinary experts in the third generation. However, the Zhou Holy Land was besieged by the other two Holy Lands and eventually collapsed. Countless experts of the Zhou Holy Land died, and only a few inheritances were left behind. Kid, you're lucky. The inheritance left behind by my master is the largest of all the inheritances. After listening to Kakashi's explanation, Zhou Jie roughly understood the origin of the Zhou Holy Land's inheritance. He nodded, but then asked, "You said it's the largest. What do you mean?" Hearing this, Kakashi chuckled, then shook his head and said, "Because my master was the holy son of the Zhou Holy Land, the fifth generation direct bloodline. His bloodline is also at the Universe Emperor level, and the density is much higher than yours. Because my master was the holy son, he was in charge of the Six Paths Pagoda. The Six Paths Pagoda is specially used to train masters who have the potential to become transcendents. For someone like you, if you don't have the Six Paths Pagoda, you won't be able to reach the Overlord level. But with the Six Paths Pagoda, there's hope for you to become Universe Emperor." Emperor Universe. Zhou Jie repeated these two words, then suddenly asked, "How strong is this Emperor Universe class?" Zhou Jie thought that Kakashi would give a straightforward answer this time, but who knew that Kakashi was stunned? He hesitated for a long time with an awkward look, then said with some resentment, "Emperor Universe class, I don't have accurate data in my memory. Anyway, it's very, very strong. It's the kind that can destroy a star with a breath." When Zhou Jie heard this, he finally couldn't help but roll his eyes. He thought to himself, "Destroy a planet with a breath? I'm afraid you're just bragging." In any case, in Zhou Jie's opinion, destroying a planet wasn't something that could be done by human strength. Even if it was an emperor universe, or even a transcendent, to be able to flatten a mountain with a punch, Zhou Jie felt that it was inconceivable. However, Zhou Jie never liked to pursue such unrealistic questions, so he patiently said, "Okay," and no longer paid attention to these strength realms. However, Zhou Jie remembered what Kakashi said when they met. He frowned slightly and asked Kakashi, "Kakashi, you said that I'm in the mortal body realm. How can you tell?" "That's very simple." Kakashi immediately said, "I can directly scan and estimate your combat strength index. In your current state, your combat strength index is only around 2,300, which is considered weak in the mortal body realm. It's simply too weak. Don't tell me you're from the dimensional universe?" Dimensional universe? When Zhou Jie heard this, he couldn't help but frown and ask. When Kakashi saw this, he immediately became dejected for a moment. Then he raised his head again and replied, "Okay, to put it simply, this universe is formed by the core universe in the center and the seven-dimensional universes in the periphery. Generally, the level of life in the dimensional universe is lower, and there are relatively fewer high-level life planets. In my memory, there is a division of the dimensional universes Star C and Star Field. Do you know which star field you are from? I can use this to help you determine which dimensional universe you are from." Zhou Jie. After being stunned for a while, Zhou Jie shook his head and said, "Star Field. I've never heard of it. I only know that I'm in the Silver Star System of the Taiwu Star System. In the same star system, there are also the Nine Bird Star System and the Blue Ocean Star System." When Zhou Jie said this, Kakashi hurriedly interrupted him and said, "Stop, stop. The star system you mentioned is the division under the star field. There are too many of them, and they change every few million years, so I didn't record them in my data. It seems that I can't determine which dimensional universe you belong to for the time being." "Okay, then what do I need to do next?" Zhou Jie didn't really want to know which dimensional universe he was in, so he immediately changed the topic and asked. Kakashi thought for a moment, then suddenly said to Zhou Jie, "The inheritance ring is with you, right? Give me the ring first. I want to see what master put in it." When Kakashi said this, Jia also remembered the space ring. He immediately took it out and threw it to Kakashi, asking, "Is this ring very important?" I don't know what Master put in it, but it should be very important. Master definitely wouldn't leave something useless to you. Kakashi answered while his eyes shone on the surface of the ring. A few seconds later, Kakashi frowned and looked up at Jia. Well, okay, Master probably didn't want you to rely too much on the inheritance, so he didn't leave much for you. Only a G-class spaceship and 520 extraordinary coins. The disk array seems to be used to store something. There should be something good inside, but it's sealed. You can only unseal it when you're strong enough. G-class spaceship and extraordinary coins. Please explain. Jia said helplessly. When Kakashi heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched, as if he was a little angry. In the end, he directly answered Jia's question. G-class spaceships are spaceships of the highest level of technology. Generally, those below the Lord class can use them, but it's already very good for you. As for extraordinary coins, they're the highest level of currency. They are condensed from the power of transcendence and are the most popular currency in the core universe. When Jia heard this explanation, he frowned and thought for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, "Can extraordinary coins be exchanged for universe coins?" Of course. Kakashi answered directly. Chapter 26. Then how many universe dollars can 512 transcendent coins be exchanged for? Jia asked. Kakashi cocked his head and replied, "Well, the exchange ratio is about 100 million. In other words, 512 transcendent coins can be exchanged for at least 2 billion universe dollars. 2 billion? Hearing Kakashi's answer, Jia was stunned. It was like a poor person who only had a few thousand yuan in his account, suddenly finding that his account had more than 50 billion yuan. Anyone would be shocked at that moment. Seeing Jia's stunned expression, Kakashi blinked and waved his little hand in front of Jia's face. He could not help but ask, "Hey, are you okay?" After being asked by Kakashi, Jia immediately came back to his senses, but he could not help but ask, "Are you sure it's that much?" Seeing this, Kakashi immediately put on a look of disdain and said to Jia, Hey, would I lie to you? That's transcendent coins. Some things can't be bought with universe dollars and can only be bought with transcendent coins." Seeing Kakashi's serious confirmation, Jia could not help but nod. He had an extremely high value of transcendent coins in his heart. One transcendent coin for 100 million universe dollars. This ratio was simply too high. After all, buying a C-class spaceship was only a few million universe dollars, and the mini spaceship Jia flew before was the lowest A-class spaceship. P.S. There's also a type called star coins below universe dollars. One universe dollar is almost equal to 1,000 star coins, and if star coins were exchanged for solar star coins, it would be one star coin is almost equal to 130 star coins. At this point, Jia even felt that the inheritance was nothing. He could not be more satisfied with just 512 transcendent coins. However, if Kakashi knew what Jia was thinking at the moment, he would definitely want to beat Jia up. Being satisfied with 512 transcendent coins was too embarrassing for the Holy Land inheritor. "By the way, what's your name?" Kakashi asked. Jia. Jia answered truthfully. Kakashi nodded and continued, "All right, then you'll have to pay your respects to my master and sign a soul contract with him. After that, I'll bring you to the realm of 6 paths and meet the pagoda lords." After Kakashi finished speaking, the smile on his face disappeared completely and was replaced by a solemn expression. Jia saw this and knew that Kakashi was going to bring him to do something big. So he quickly nodded and replied, "Okay." Then, Jia followed Kakashi into the elevator. Kakashi pressed a few buttons on the wall inside the elevator. The elevator door quickly closed and the elevator began to sink. Zhou Jie sensed the direction of the elevator and found that after the elevator sank for a certain distance, it began to move horizontally. Then it continued to descend, move horizontally, descend, and move horizontally. After a series of complicated movements, the elevator finally stopped. The elevator door quickly opened, and Zhou Jie saw a 2-meter-long metal corridor outside the door. Kakashi took the lead and stepped out of the elevator. Zhou Jie followed closely behind. Then, Kakashi walked to the metal door at the end of the corridor and released a beam of blue light from his eyes. With a sweep of the light, the metal door automatically opened to both sides. The door opened, and Zhou Jie followed Kakashi into the room behind the door. This was a relatively spacious bedroom, about 100 square meters. The furnishings were extremely simple. There was a large white metal bed in the innermost part of the room, and a handsome young man in a white robe was sitting cross-legged on the bed. This young man's eyes were tightly shut, and there seemed to be a knot between his brows. He gave off a feeling of unwillingness. "Stand here. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, you won't even be left with dregs," Kakashi reminded Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was puzzled when he heard this. Seeing this, Kakashi explained, "This is my master. Master is a perfected imperial emperor. Although he's dead now, the power of his divine body is still there. In order to prevent the power of his divine body from being released, Master set up a law in the room. If you come into contact with Master's law power, you'll be destroyed." Zhou Jie could not help but be speechless. Although Kakashi said it very seriously and did not seem like he was joking at all, Zhou Jie still felt that Kakashi was teasing him. What law power? One soul would be destroyed if they came into contact with it. It was really hard for him to accept. However, Zhou Jie did not understand and would not question Kakashi's words. He immediately nodded and asked Kakashi, "Then what should I do next?" "Well, just establish a soul contract in front of my master," Kakashi said, then took out a strange, transparent, glowing paper and handed it to Zhou Jie. "This is the soul contract that Master prepared. Drip a drop of blood on it, and then swear with your soul power according to the guidance." Zhou Jie took this soul contract and successfully completed the oath according to Kakashi's instructions. The moment the oath was completed, Zhou Jie felt that the depths of his soul were invaded by a strange wave, but he could not stop it. Fortunately, the wave soon disappeared, and Zhou Jie did not care about it. After completing the oath, Zhou Jie looked again at the white-robed youth sitting cross-legged on the bed and could not help but ask, "Kakashi, didn't you say that the Holy Land was destroyed and countless powerhouses of the Holy Land died? Your master sent this inheritance out, but why did he die here?" Kakashi actually sighed at this question, then answered Zhou Jie. Before Master sent the inheritance out, he also participated in the Holy War. In the end, unfortunately, he was hit by a transcendent curse, and all 9 of his clones perished. At that time, no one could help Master remove the curse, so Master's true body fled the battlefield and escorted this inheritance out of the core universe. After that, Master only had time to give some instructions about the inheritance before he died sitting on this bed. Seeing Kakashi's somewhat sad expression and remembering that he was an intelligent life form and lacked emotions, Zhou Jie could not help but be slightly surprised. Even though he lacked emotions, Kakashi was obviously sad, which showed that he was very loyal to his master. After some hesitation, Zhou Jie said to Kakashi, "I'm sorry for causing you to be sad." However, Kakashi's expression changed at lightning speed when he heard this. A second ago, he was still sad, but now he had a playful expression and said to Zhou Jie, "Forget it. It's difficult to bring a dead person back to life, let alone a powerhouse like Master. Even a transcendent would find it difficult to bring him back to life. After this oath, I'll take you to see the Six Paths Realm and the Six Paths Pagoda." Seeing how fast Kakashi's expression changed, Zhou Jie could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth and said, "You change your expression faster than a woman. Hee hee, you flatter me, you flatter me." Kakashi immediately turned around and smiled at Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie could not help but feel speechless. Then Kakashi left Zhou Jie behind and went to the round table on the side of the room and picked up a light green crystal ball placed on it. "Zhou Jie, come here!" Kakashi then shouted at Zhou Jie. At the same time, he used one hand to wrap half of the crystal ball in his palm. Then, a shocking wave of energy almost made Zhou Jie, who was approaching, take a step back. With the appearance of the energy wave, the crystal ball suddenly burst out with even more terrifying energy shining a few meters in front of it. The space there was instantly distorted, forming a passage similar to a space-time vortex. Zhou Jie saw this scene that only appeared in fantasy novels and could not help but be surprised. Although he had already experienced spatial teleportation, the form this time was different, and it was still an eye-opener for him. "Let's go. We'll be in the Six Paths realm once we enter," Kakashi said to Zhou Jie, then took the lead and stepped into it. Zhou Jie was stunned for a moment when he saw this, but he still followed closely behind. The familiar feeling of spatial teleportation came, but compared to the last time, it was much better. Zhou Jie barely maintained his consciousness, and when his vision recovered, he was already in a light green, boundless space. This wonderful scene shocked Zhou Jie quite a bit. This is the Six Paths realm. I'll explain to you later. Look, that's the Six Paths Pagoda. It has a total of 6 floors, and the 6 floors in the pagoda are collectively known as the Six Paths realm. It is a place to cultivate peerless geniuses in the Holy Land. It is said that if you can perfectly clear the Six Paths Pagoda and obtain the true teachings of the 6 great pagoda masters, there's a high chance that you will become a transcendent. At this time, Kakashi pointed in a direction and said to Zhou Jie. Hearing this, Zhou Jie looked in the direction that Kakashi pointed and saw a dark 6-floor pagoda floating in the air. He could not help but repeat, "Six Paths Pagoda." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.